Hello everyone, welcome to Scary Stories with Rain. I'm here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy the stories, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. Iggy love to know where you are listening from and what time it is for you right now. Now, get comfortable and let us begin. Doppelganger's Story. In the quiet hours after midnight, the house breathed not with the soft rhythm of sleep, but with something heavier, wet, deliberate, gasps from the walls. My wife Laura and I have run an assisted living home for the last 7 years. She inherited it from her mother, and while I was initially very unsure about us taking over that kind of responsibility, it actually turned out great. Our 20 tenants have their own bungalows, and we aren't taking care of them directly in any capacity. Our job is mainly maintenance of the property, helping the tenants get into contact with the services they need and normal business administration stuff. And having our house next to the property means we can spend more time together and with our son, Noah. He's going into preschool next year, and having this time with him and each other, well, we're all really close and very happy. And if you'd asked me 2 months ago how things were going, I would have said everything was pretty great. But then, back in September, my wife had an accident. I got the call while driving through the countryside a couple of counties over. The cell service in that area was terrible, and when I looked over at my phone ringing, I saw multiple notifications coming in, with 2 missed calls being from the man who was calling again. I answered immediately, and as soon as he identified himself as a nurse, my heart dropped. Forcing myself to listen past the panic buzzing in my head, I understood that Laura had been in a car accident and was found unconscious behind the wheel, that she had not yet regained consciousness, but her vitals were otherwise stable, and that they were going to be taking her to imaging other than the scrapes and bruises they'd already seen. I'd been heading home, but now I rushed to the hospital. Laura was still in imaging when I got there, so I had to sit anxiously in a small emergency room waiting area for them to get finished and give me an update. It was while I was waiting that I thought of my phone again and checked what I had missed. There were 2 missed calls from the nurse that had finally reached me, but there were also a pair of text messages that hadn't gone to my phone until I had driven back into the service area. They were both from Laura. Drove into a ditch, hit a tree. I think a tire blew out. About to get out and check the car and then call the wrecker. Him, okay, I'll call in a bit, love you. I found out that it was originally sent at 10:49 in the morning. Then 8 minutes later, I think I see me. What did that mean? I was still staring at the messages when the doctor touched me on the shoulder. She said Laura had woken up while they were doing an MRI, and she had seemed overall alert. When I asked if I could go back and see her, the doctor gave me an uncomfortable smile. In just a little bit, yes. Well, we're doing a more comprehensive examination of her now that she's awake. Seeing if she has any pain and checking her cognitive function, I frowned. But she's okay. Is that just standard checking, I mean? Or do you think she has some kind of brain injury? She nodded. Well, those are good questions. We're going to have our radiologist review the MRI and X-rays in the next couple of hours. But from my review, I haven't seen any signs of internal injury yet. The doctor raised her hand. That's not the final word, of course. We're not there yet. But so far, so good on that front. Okay. So what front aren't we good on? The doctor's faint smile disappeared. We've been talking to her since she woke up, and she's showing signs of not remembering some things yet. I felt my mouth go dry. The key doesn't remember the accident? Or like amnesia? She let out a small sigh. Well, technically, even not remembering the accident might be a form of retrograde amnesia. But yes, more than just that. She knows who she is, her name, and her date of birth and where she lives. The doctor shook her head slightly as she met my eyes. She said, I am sorry. I should really wait to go into more detail after we've had longer to check her out. It's just, I know I'd want to know how my spouse was doing. And honestly, while I've seen plenty of literature about amnesia, it's just not very common in real life. Swallowing. I just looked at her for a moment as I tried to process everything she was saying. Are you telling me that she doesn't remember me? The doctor pursed her lips. She doesn't seem to, not yet, but often that's very temporary. But you said she's not badly hurt. She shook her head. Number, we haven't seen any internal injuries yet. We're still trying to figure out what would have caused her to be unconscious for so long or have amnesia. I felt confused anger bubbling up in my stomach, and even though I knew it wasn't her fault, it was hard to keep it out of my voice. So, you haven't found any reason for her to have amnesia or have been blacked out like that yet? That's what you are really saying. She frowned. Yes, but that doesn't mean there isn't a good reason. And memory loss can occur due to things other than physical injury. Look at this, please. I held out my phone, where Laura's text messages were still on the bottom of the screen, and she sent me this when she had her accident. How was she able to text all that clearly when she was blacked out before whoever found her? Who did find her, sir? I don't know, but Steve, I understand why this seems strange to you, but she could have had some kind of delayed reaction or event after the wreck that caused her to lose consciousness. And the second text is very odd. So maybe she was becoming groggy by that point and didn't know what she was saying. I stuffed my phone back in my pocket. Okay, well, does she remember we have a little boy? She glanced away. I didn't ask her that specific. Looking back, the doctor gave another sigh, but we did ask generally if she remembered having any children, and she said no. But again, it could be very temporary. Let me go see how her full eval is going, and we'll get you back there in just a little while. Okay. I sunk back down into the molded plastic chair I'd been sitting in. I'm sure. I am sorry. I am just upset. She patted me on the shoulder. I understand. We'll know more soon. I was brought back to see Laura an hour later. The nurse I'd talked to on the phone was the one who came and got me. He explained that my wife was still having memory gaps, so I needed to not overwhelm her at first. No going up and hugging her, pushing her to remember things that she couldn't, that kind of thing. Just going in, talking to her for a bit, and seeing if that helped break anything loose. It was hard not rushing over to her when I saw her laying there. She was awake and alert, seemed fine overall, but there was an uneasiness to her gaze as I entered past the curtain barrier that bothered me more than I'd expected, given all I'd been told. Taking a couple of steps closer, I stopped and gave her what I hoped was a friendly smile. Laura, do you remember me? She looked at me for several seconds before responding. I am sorry, I don't, not really. I can they told me you are my husband, and I can see I have this hole in my memory that you would fit, but it's not the same thing as really remembering you. Her eyes widened slightly. I don't say that to be mean, or because I don't care. I am sure you are a great husband. She blushed. They said it may take some time for me to remember. Forcing a smile, I shook my head. Don't you worry about that or anything. We'll get through this. You'll get your memories back, and, well, if you don't, we'll still make new ones. Okay, she returned my smile. That sounds great. Thank you for being so understanding about it. I felt tears coming into my eyes. Honey, I am just glad to talk to you. Well, they're checking you out and all, and we'll see if to hear is anything else going on. But, yeah, I am just happy you were able to talk to me. Her expression grew a little sad as she nodded before glancing over at the nurse. I am getting sleepy again now. Is it okay if I sleep? Sure, let me talk to your husband for just a minute, and then I'll come back to check on you. He gently took my elbow and guided me back, out past the curtain dividing Laura's bed from the others in the earth. Lowering his voice, he gave me a sympathetic look. No, don't you worry. She really doesn't mean to seem distant. It's all just strange to her right now. Sleep is the best thing for her. I met his gaze. Because she doesn't have a concussion, he gave a shrug. No, that's true, but I've been doing this for a long time. People react in all kinds of ways to things. The main thing now is we're going to take good care of her, and you need to try not to worry. The nurse pointed back to the doors leading out of the waiting room. Go back out and sit for a little bit, or go get something to eat. They're going to transfer her to another room in about an hour, and when they do, I'll come get you. If T here is anything that changes before then, I'll share to let you know. I nodded numbly. Okay, thanks. I walked back out into the waiting room, my thoughts all jumbled. Noah was staying with his grandparents until Friday, and I didn't want to upset them with all this until I knew more. So I decided the best thing to do was just sit and wait, going back to the same chair as before. I started to search on my phone for information on amnesia when it began to ring. Hello. Hi, this is Travis with the Frata Towing Service. Is this Steve Harlan? Yeah. Steve? Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, we just picked up a vehicle this morning that has your name on the registration. Are you familiar with that? Rubbing my forehead. I nodded. Yeah. It was my wife driving. She had an accident. Well, I am sorry to hear that. Is she doing okay? I felt a sudden urge to tell him all about it, that no, she wasn't doing okay. Not really, because she'd forgotten half her life. That none of this made sense, and that the last thing I cared about at the moment was the car he had towed. Yeah, I just saw. And she's lucky, I guess. He gave a short bark of a laugh. Hell, I guess so. What was it? A bear? What was what? A bear? The man sounded less certain when he responded. Oh, look, I don't mean to make light, and I really am glad she's okay. I just didn't know what else could cause damage like that. I could hear blood thundering in my ears. What damage? My wife hit a tree. She blew a tire and hit a tree, and that's what she told me. Yeah, there was a blown tire, and I did pull it off of a tree. It broke the grill and dented the bumper, but didn't look bad. But the door on the window, on the driver's side, well, it's none of my business, and you'll see it soon enough. And that's actually why I was calling. But do you want us to store the vehicle for now? Or is there somewhere you'd like it towed, the daily storage? What about the door, the window? What happened to them? A long pause, and then, well, the glass is all busted out. The door is partway bent. Okay, well, maybe she hit her head and busted the window. Maybe the doctors are just missing, but she hasn't. No, sir. It was busted in, not out. There was glass all over the inside from that window being busted, plus the door. The inside of it was all ripped up. Something was trying to get in through that window and was strong enough to do all that. That's why I said bear. I was only half joking. Another pause, and then, did she get bit or anything? I found myself staring back at the emergency room doors as though I could see through them to Laura if I looked hard enough. I don't think so, but I don't really understand what's going on yet. I got you. Look, I'll store the car online tomorrow. No charge. When you get ready, you call me back, and we can go from there. Okay. Thanks. No problem. Hey, man, I hope your wife is okay. I felt something twisting deep in my belly as I stared in what I thought was her direction. Yeah, me too. The next 2 days seemed like a bad dream, somehow moving agonizingly slow and too fast all at once. I wanted Laura to be okay, to be back to herself, but I also wanted there to be something wrong that they could identify and fix. I felt guilty at that, even though I knew it was because I wanted Laura to be okay. And as she was, I didn't see a clear path to that without some idea of what was behind her sudden memory loss. Except it wasn't just that, was it? It was the call from the man at the towing service with his talk of bears and broken glass. I'd called him the next day to tell him to keep storing the car, and so I could set up a time to go by and get anything valuable out of it. But I had to leave a voicemail. I was somewhat relieved, as I dreaded the idea of talking to him again, of him telling me more things that made me worry or doubt that I really understood what was going on, that I could trust what was going on, that I could trust her. It was a strange, uncomfortable thought. I trusted her more than anything, and yet the hours I had spent with her in the hospital, it wasn't that she was unpleasant or unkind, just the opposite. While she did seem somewhat distant, she was also eager to have me visit and spend time with her. The doctor had told me to go easy on giving her too much detail beyond the basics. She said that with some people suffering from amnesia, an overload of new information can cause high anxiety or make them feel pressured to pretend to remember things that they didn't, just to please their family or the doctors treating them. Just spend time with her. Answer any direct questions she has honestly, but without too much elaboration, and as she presses, just remind her that we want the memories to come back on their own. For the most part, spurring those memories is one thing. Recreating them based on your perspective and recollection is another. Does that make sense? I nodded that it did, and I tried to stick to that when I was with Laura in the hospital. As she learned from someone about our son, that was a big focus of her questions. But she was also asking about our extended family. I told her that her mother had passed away 7 years earlier, and her father had died when she was a child, that my parents had Noah for the week and had been updated on what was going on, though I hadn't mentioned everything to them about her amnesia yet, and just that she was okay after a car accident and was still recovering in the hospital. But by the second day, Laura had grown impatient in her hunger for more information. She was peppering me with constant questions, random stuff. Some of it was about me and her, or Noah, or something else that made sense that she'd want to know after losing her memory. But a lot of it was random stuff that didn't seem like a big concern at the time. What was their social security number? What did she do at her job? How long had she worked there? What city had she been born in? What was her favorite color? After a while, I started laughing. She raised an eyebrow at me. What's funny? I shook my head. I don't know. Nothing, I guess. I just feel like I'm on a quiz show about you, or like I forgot your password and I'm trying to give the answers to those questions they give you to reset it. She gave me a slight frown. This is really scary for me. Okay? You can't imagine what it's like to just have something swallow you up. I don't want to feel like this anymore. Don't you want me to get better? I tried to hide my irritation. Of course I do. That's not fair. And, well, no, I don't exactly know what you are going through. I know it has to be hard, and I want to do whatever it takes to make it better. That's why they're still doing tests and monitoring you. Laura rolled her eyes. And that's another thing. I am ready to get out of here and go home, get our child, and start living our life again. I've always heard that people remember better when they're in a familiar setting, right? I stared at her uncertainly. Yeah, maybe, but I think they just want to make sure they aren't missing something that could hurt you down the line. I think they're good doctors and nurses, and they're trying to help. We all are. Her lips thinned, and she gave a small nod. I know. I think I am just tired. Can you give me some time to sleep and come back later? Yeah, sure. I have some stuff I need to take care of anyway. I'll be back this afternoon. This is Travis. Hey, Travis. This is Steve Harlan. You've got my wife's car. I thought his tone changed when he spoke next, but maybe it was my imagination. Yeah, hey, Mr. Harlan. I got your message. Got your car locked up in one of our garages, safe and sound. And whenever you want to come, get stuff out of the car is fine with me. I didn't take anything out, but I saw some stuff you'll want to get. Oh, like what? Cell phone, driver's license. What I'm guessing is your wife's purse, that kind of thing. Did you go into my wife's purse and check her license? Travis sounded surprised and slightly offended. What? No, I wouldn't do that. It was in the passenger floorboard by itself, hard way under the seat, and I never touched it, but I saw enough to know what it was. The purse was on the back seat floor, I think, and I never went in it. Oh, sorry. I just don't know why she'd have it out at all anyways. Yeah, can I come get that stuff now? Sure. I'll be here all afternoon unless I get called out. Travis Bennett looked younger in person than he sounded on the phone. His hair was already thinning on top, but he had a baby face and was quick to smile when I came into his office. You, Steve? I returned his smile awkwardly. Oh yeah, that's me. And hey, I was thinking about it on the way over here. I am sorry again about how I acted on the phone. I wasn't trying to accuse you of messing with her purse. He waved his hand as he stood up and came around the counter toward me. Nah, man, I get it. Nothing to worry about. Come on back. He patted my arm as he moved past the rear door leading out into a large, fenced yard housing 3 rows of cars. Beyond that, there were 2 outbuildings, one small and the other much larger. Travis gestured toward the buildings. Yours is the big one. We use it for extra security on some vehicles, and I think at one time the boss was going to use it as a working garage, and the idea to run a full mechanic shop. Don't think it worked out, though. We piddle some in the small garage, but mainly just to keep our trucks running. Oh, so you don't own this place? He shook his head as we reached the rolling door. Me, nah, I've only been here a year. The guy that owns it doesn't come in much anymore, and the other fella he had working for him. Travis paused and seemed to consider something before looking back at me. Ord, has your wife said anything about the first guy we sent out? I thought you towed the car. I did, yeah, but I wasn't the first person we sent out, Tommy. He's the other guy. The old man is working for him. He took the call originally, but then I could never get a hold of him after that. Never answered my call or text to tell me he'd found the customer, your wife. And well, Tommy has a problem with booze. Not a bad guy, but he isn't reliable. So when I couldn't get him in a few minutes, I took the other truck and went out there myself. But then your wife was gone. I think someone driving by had seen her car and called 911, but I can't say for sure. And I don't know that Tommy ever even made it out there. He wasn't there when I got there, and neither was the truck. And it's not unheard of that he might drop off for a day or two, but not more than that, especially when he has one of the trucks. So I am starting to go from irritated to worried, Sorry, here I am, bothering you with this, and you are just here to get your stuff. I shook my head. No, I get it. I don't know. She hasn't said anything about the accident. Well, except for some text I got at the time, but she doesn't mention a tow truck or the Tommy guy or anything. Travis nodded as he pushed up the door. Well, he'll turn up, probably sleeping it off somewhere. He gestured to the car inside the building. There it is. I felt my chest tighten as I looked at it. He hadn't been exaggerating. The front of the car looked fairly intact other than the broken grille and a small bend in the bumper, but in the driver's side door, the window was not only broken, but that part of the door had been bent outward in a shape as though something too large to fit had been shoving its way inside. Ain, Jesus! Travis made a small chuckling sound in the back of his throat. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know what to do. That door won't work, but the passenger side. It's fine. I glanced at a strange expression and then went closer to the car, examining the brown-black trails running thick down the outside. Is that blood? Nah. I wondered at first too, but it isn't blood. I think it might be mud. Looking inside the car, I saw the broken glass and small specks of red that might actually be blood, but there were more black smears of mud, mixed in with the tracks of ruined plastic and leather, where something had torn the inside of the door and parts of the driver's seat apart. I took a step back, trying to catch my breath. I don't understand any of this. I heard a sigh from behind me. I don't either, but I don't know. I looked back at him. What? Don't you know? He shrugged. Nothing, man. Just reminds me of some weird shit I've seen, but I don't really know anything. I thought about pressing him on the point, but how could I? I didn't feel like he was lying to me, and even if he was, how could I get him to say more? So I watched as he turned and started back to the office, and then I started going through the car. I found the purse, and lying between the passenger seat and the door was Laura's phone, which was dead after several days. And just as the man had said, there was her driver's license peeking out from under the seat in the floorboard. I could see her smiling face looking out at me, a pastor that was happy and safe, and didn't know this strangeness was ahead of her. There was more of the black stain across the bottom of the photo, and I almost wiped it away when I realized what it was. A fingerprint. Something stopped me then. I stayed frozen, hunched over in the doorway of the car, holding the license gingerly by its edges as I decided what to do. Why did this feel important, like I was preserving evidence from a crime scene? Maybe because I was. What if Laura was attacked, either by Tommy or somebody else? This could be proof of that, and I couldn't risk destroying evidence. Swallowing, I looked around for somewhere to put the license without disturbing the fingerprint there. I finally settled on breaking off the plastic lid of some baby wipes she kept in the back seat. It wasn't great, but after I dried the lid on my pants, it should be a decent place to keep the license until I could get it into a proper box or something. Feeling both scared and stupid, I headed back up to the office, holding her personal phone in one hand and the lid to the wipes with the license in the other. When I went in, Travis was gone. I still wanted to press him for anything else he might know, but it wasn't like I still didn't have the car there. I could always make the excuse to question him again when I called to check on that. I was halfway back to the hospital when the first nurse that had called me called again. "What is it? Is something wrong?" His voice was odd and different from his normal and kind, positive one. "Well, your wife has demanded to be discharged. We've convinced her to wait until tomorrow morning, but we're starting to process the paperwork now." "Discharged? Why, wait." There was a pause. "Well, she says she remembers much more now. She remembers you and more of her life, and she wants to go home. And we can't keep her here against her will." "Okay, well, maybe that's good news, right? I'll be back there in just a few minutes." "Okay, I'll see if I can talk to her and find out what's going on." "Sure." Look, I wanted to ask you a couple things before you go back, if that's all right." "Oh, well, yeah, what?" "Well, when she first woke up, your wife said that our home address was 157 Pine Street, but her records from when she had her baby here 3 years ago show 201 Oakwood Drive. Have you moved since then?" I gave a relieved laugh. "Oh, is that all? Well, no. We've lived at Oakwood for 7 years since her mother died, and Laura inherited her house. But before that, our house was 157 Pine for the first few years. We still kept our old house as a fallback. Still got our mail there even. We didn't sell it until we had the baby. So maybe she's just remembering the old house because we used to live there. Maybe so it just seems strange. And I wanted to let you know. See you when you get here." Then he was gone. As I pulled up to a stoplight, I kept turning the conversation over in my head. It was weird. He acted like he needed to correct the address, but then at the end, it was more like he just wanted to know because it was strange. How strange was it, really, when we had lived there after all for years? And Laura did remember parts of her life. So was it that odd that she'd remembered living in our old house? I felt a small chill run up my back, except it was our old house. If she remembered living there, why didn't she remember me from back then, at least? I pushed back against the thoughts crawling into my brain. No, that was dumb. How else would she know that address except that she remembered it? And I didn't know how amnesia really worked. And I certainly didn't know what all she had been through that day. I glanced over at her driver's license. Smudged with that dark print, some relic of the terrible mystery that had invaded our lives. And then my breath caught in my throat. The license was 5 years old, and up for renewal this year. My eyes shifted from the expiration date to the information above her name and date of birth, but also her mailing address 5 years ago, 157 Pine Street. You think I don't see who you really are, but I do. I looked up from the discharge paperwork to see Laura smiling at me. I'd gone back and tried to talk her out of leaving the hospital yet, but it was no use. She wasn't rude or more angry about it, just firm. She felt that she had given enough time to do whatever tests they needed to do, and she remembered enough of her life now that she was ready to go back to it and remember the rest. I told her I understood, and I did. But I also held back some of my own doubts and worries, not just about her memory, but is she really your wife? And how leaving before we had more answers might lead to problems down the line, not just for her, but for me and Noah. What if you let a stranger, an invader, into your life, into your son's life? She acted differently with Noah, and he didn't understand why. Obviously, she couldn't stay there forever. But what? A few more days, give them more time to figure things out. Be so bad. But I couldn't say any of that to her, not now, and especially not when what I was thinking was so impossible and insane. How could that not be her? What would that even look like? Some kind of body snatcher got her. She was possessed, or a clone or something. That wasn't the way real life worked. She had trauma from all this. Hell, maybe I did too, and it was making us act weird while we got past it. Nothing mysterious or terrible, just people getting hurt and trying to get back to normal. So I smiled at her. I hope you do. I hope you know how much I love you, and I've only encouraged you to stay longer in the hospital because I want to make sure you are okay. I understand that I do, but I feel fine, physically, and I really am remembering more every day. I think you being here helps a lot, and being home with you and Noah will help even more. I felt my heart speed up a little when she mentioned him, and I tried to ignore it. So do you remember him yet? She pushed her hair behind her ear as she leaned forward on the bed with a concentrated frown. But maybe a little. It's kind of like it was with you at first. I can see the place he would be, but I just can't see him yet. I nodded slowly. But you do remember me now? Like, not just since we'd been in the hospital, or from things you've been told, but you remember independent memories from before. Her eyes hardened slightly. I told you I did. That it's slippery still, like I do remember some. Or don't you believe me? Setting the paperwork down, I forced myself to sit next to her on the bed and put my arm around her. No, I do. I don't want you pushing yourself too hard. It may take time, and that's perfectly okay. Laura leaned against my chest and put her hand on my leg. That's sweet. She looked up at me, but I am tougher than I look. Giving her a light squeeze, I stood back up. Now, let's go home. Yeah. Let me tell the nurse and get the car. I think they're going to make you ride the wheelchair out to the front, even though you can walk. I gave her a parting wave as I headed out of the room. It wasn't until I was in the small waiting room that led to the elevators that I stopped to catch my breath. What was wrong with me? Why was my skin crawling from her being near me? And why was I still scared? Home sweet home. I tried to sound cheerful as we pulled into the driveway, and for the next hour or so, things were so busy that I forgot to be anxious or scared. I took her on a tour of the house, showed her some of her things, and when we were done, she asked for some time to take a nap. I surprised myself by being a little disappointed when I shut the door to the bedroom and went back downstairs to eat lunch alone. Maybe I really was just being weird about everything. She seemed more herself now, didn't she? And didn't being in a hospital, especially when you were the patient, make people weird and stressed? Besides, she wasn't being unreasonable, was she? When I suggested we give her a couple of days at home before Noah came back, she agreed that would be best. She even joked that she didn't want to freak him out by being weird. That sounded like Laura, didn't she? Sitting by myself, slowly chewing a sandwich I made up my mind to set all my irrational doubts and fears aside. She was the one going through this, not me, and she was the one being strong and reasonable while I wasted time and energy on what shit. And that's what it was, and it was time that I focused on her. So that's exactly what I did. Over the next day and a half, I spent most of my time with her. It was weird at first, and it got easier and more normal over time. My weird worries started circling back to my original relief and gratitude that she was okay, and the idea that I'd ever doubted that she was my wife seemed increasingly silly and strange. The third day home, we spent the morning cleaning up some before Noah arrived in the afternoon. We were tired when we sat down, and I felt relieved that things felt closer to normal than they had since I first got the call from the hospital. Maybe remembering that day was what made me think about what Travis had said when I'd gone to get stuff out of the car, remembering the car itself and the license I had found, a license that, despite all my claims to be past any concerns, I still had hidden in my trunk and hadn't mentioned to Laura. Maybe I'd just asked what I did out of curiosity, or maybe my worries weren't quite as dead as I wanted them to be. So, do you remember a guy from the wrecking service coming out and helping you when you crashed? Laura had been idly flipping channels, but I felt her tense next to me as she sat the remote down. Number, I told you I don't remember any of that. Why? I shrugged, trying to sound casual, but no reason. The wrecker guy I've been dealing with said that another guy, Ronnie or Tommy or something, had answered the call first. So maybe he did. What does it matter? They got the car, didn't they? I forced a laugh. Yeah, they did. It's just the first guy never called back in or came back to work, and the Travis guy I've talked to had to be the one to go get it. Laura quietly sat for several moments before giving a small grunt. Well, that's weird. But no, I don't remember. Dad, and started walking to the stairs. I have some more to do upstairs to get Noah's room ready before they get here. Why don't you go get the car back? Or get it towed somewhere that they can start fixing it? At least, yeah, sure. I mean, I can. That's a good idea. But is it a huge rush to do today? The doctor said you don't need to drive until your follow-up in a couple of weeks. I can always get it taken somewhere tomorrow. She turned back with a frown. No, go ahead and do it, if you don't mind. I don't like the idea of those people having my car. I'm pretty sure they already stole my license. You haven't seen it, have you? I swallowed a new tendril of fear uncoiling in my belly. A license like a driver's license? No, honey. Wasn't it in your purse? Laura shook her head. Nope, afraid not. She held my gaze a moment longer and headed for the stairs. And see you when you get back. The door was locked at Ephrata towing service, but Travis answered on the second knock. He looked both surprised and relieved when he saw it was me, ushering me in before closing the door and locking it behind us. I glanced between the door and him. You closed? I can always come back alert. He was already waving me down into the chair. Nah. Just doing some inventory and tax stuff today while it's quiet. I appreciate the break. Damn stuff makes my eyes bleed. I grinned. I understand. Well, it won't take long, I'm afraid. I just wanted to pay off the car's bill and get it towed over to the dealership so they can work on it. Sure. He trailed off as he started looking through papers on his desk, less like he was looking for something specific than to give a mild impression that he was. As everything okay, his tone and wording were weird. Not, how's your wife, but how's things going with her, and everything was okay. I started to lie, but then stopped myself. I don't know. Okay, I guess. But it's weird. She is weird. I know it's got to do with the accident, but it just kind of feels like she's a different person sometimes. Travis's eyes snapped to mine, dear friend. Ow. I shrugged. I don't know, weird kind of cold. Like she's faking it or something. She has amnesia. So hell maybe she is. Who could blame her? The other man's expression deepened into a frown as I spoke. Steve, I wasn't entirely honest with you the other day about... What? Well, when I said I don't know anything about what might have happened to your wife in her car, I felt anger flaring in my nostrils. What the hell, man? Why wouldn't you tell me? I started to rise from my chair. Is this about Tommy? Did he do something? Travis's eyes had widened in surprise. On Tommy? Shit, man. No. I mean, not that I know of. I still haven't heard from him, and the old man is planning on taking out a warrant for theft if the truck isn't back by the end of the week. Just calm down, and sit down, okay? I sat back down into the chair, my body rigid with anger. Just tell me what you know now. Jesus. Lynn, Travis said. What might have happened? Let me be real clear. I don't actually know what happened with your wife, but seeing all this, it did remind me of something that happened to my sister's kid a few years back. I almost said something about it the other day, but it sounded crazy, and I was embarrassed, and I felt guilty, since no doubt you'll think I am just a nut, or an ass wasting your time with made-up shit. But if you have a few minutes, I'd like to tell you about my nephew Dylan. Okay? What about him? About how he died when he was 20, and he looked like a little dried-up old man. My sister said the doctors called it Werner syndrome. I remember because it sounded German, like something you'd have in a movie where some Nazi scientist had cooked up something evil, and what it did was evil enough. When Dylan was 18, he looked totally normal and healthy. Never had any real health problems his whole life. Back then, I lived close enough that I saw him every week or two. Then all of a sudden, he started changing. He was stooped over and gave out a breath. Easy. He looked worn down all the time. Then his hair started turning gray, and his first tooth fell out. They were already getting him checked by then, of course, and at first they thought it was cancer. But it wasn't, and I don't think it was that syndrome either. That was just doctors trying to put a name on something they didn't understand. Either way, it didn't matter. My sister watched as her baby got eaten up in less than 3 years. I was there when he died in hospice. He was the last of them to go. I blinked. Last of them, Travis gave me a ghastly, joyless grin. Oh yeah, it wasn't just him. It happened to his 2 best friends. Same shit age, same shit deal. They all aged 80 years and 2 or 3. They all went crazy before the end. Or at least, so they say. I wasn't sure how to react. I didn't think he was lying to me. But even if it was all true, why was he telling it? Still, if it helped me understand what was going on in the end, I needed to keep him talking. So you think they went crazy? He shrugged and ripped his face. Hell, I don't know. I know they all got real strange. But who the fuck wouldn't be going through something like that? Seeing your life disappear in front of you when you are still a kid. And I know that one of his friends, one of the other two that would die from whatever it was, wrote a story about it. When her family figured out she'd posted it on the internet, and word got around well. My sister lost it. She was out of her mind with grief already, and she felt like the friend's story was making a lot of it, or would upset Dylan, or I don't know. It just made things worse for all of them, I guess. But the story, was it true or not? Travis let out a loud laugh. Shit, man, I don't know. I don't know about all of it. Some of it was weird ritual stuff, some stupid name, and, typical internet ghost story shit the kids are into now. He stopped laughing, and his eyes looked wary and afraid. But I know at least parts of it were true. I stared at him. How? He leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling. Because I saw them that morning, the morning after the night they talk about in the story. I was working as a mechanic at a gas station at the time, and at about 6 or 7 right after I got there, myself, Dylan, and his 2 friends came rolling up in his mom's old Camry. When he looked at me now, his expression was haunted. They were all terrified, shaking and crying, and they were all filthy and stunk. I wanted to call the cops, but Dylan said it was okay, that they were okay. They just needed help cleaning up the car before they went home. My sister saw it, those kids in the car. They were pissed and shit in there. I asked them how and why, but they said they couldn't remember. That wasn't the worst part. It was the mud, a thick, dark mud that somehow stunk worse than the rest. I spent an hour spraying and vacuuming that car out with them helping me, and we got rid of most of it, but I could still smell it when we were... Do you think that's like the mud on Laura's car? I didn't want to stop him talking, but I couldn't help but ask. I didn't know what to make of any of this, but the more he talked, the more afraid I was growing. Is that it? He nodded. That's part of it, yeah. When I got to the car, that mud was still fresh. I recognized the smell right away. That and the other stuff from the story. Seeing your wife's car, Dylan made me promise to never tell his mom about that morning, and I kept that promise. I almost broke it 100 times, but they all seemed fine after that at first. And then, when they started getting sick and aging wrong, people were talking about cancer and German syndromes, not cars filled with stinking dirt and shit. It felt like bringing it up would just cause more problems without helping anything. By the time the story came out, it was too late. It wasn't long after that the first of them died. In a couple of months, they were all gone. I puffed out a breath. I am so sorry, God. We sat in silence for a few moments when another question came to me. Did the story talk about imposters, like fake people or anything? My stomach twisted as I realized I wasn't embarrassed asking that question anymore. Travis waggled his hands side to side. Kind of maybe. It was really bizarre. I think it talked about things climbing into the kids and people climbing out. People that weren't really people. Shit. I didn't believe it at the time, and I still don't, I guess. But I don't know. Seeing your wife's car was kind of like seeing a ghost. Did your nephew ever tell you more about what had happened to them before you saw them that morning? Travis shook his head. Number if he ever talked to anyone about it, it must have been one of those other poor kids. Well, I guess that's not true. They found a note he'd written under his pillow when he died. There was a line from his friend's story. Do you remember it? Yeah, it upset my sister so much I don't think I could ever forget it. His face looked troubled. As he uttered the words, "There is only one of us." I was getting back in my car when I got a call from Laura's number. I barely had time to answer before my wife's voice was talking to me excitedly. "Where are you?" "Well, I am just leaving the towing place. Are you okay?" "I am way better than just okay. You need to get home soon." I frowned as I cranked up the car. "Why? What's going on?" "I got here early. Our baby's home, bad all the way home. And once I got there, I fought to keep from running into the house. I had to act normal, whether there was something wrong or not. And what real evidence did I have that anything was wrong? A creepy story from a tow truck driver and a muddy fingerprint that was probably my wife's. I gave my head a small shake as I unlocked the front door. Time to get my shit together and act like everything is fine, unless and until I was sure it wasn't walking into the house. I heard my parents and Laura talking in the living room. Their voices sounded relaxed and cheerful, and I felt myself calm down as I stepped around the corner and said, "Warden." "Hello?" My parents were sitting on the sofa, and Laura was in one of the recliners nearby, while Noah was sitting on the floor playing with a group of robot action figures, his face drawn into a concentrated frown. When he looked up and saw me, his face lit up, and he ran over to give me a big hug. "Hey buddy, we sure missed you." I pulled back and gave him a grin. "Did you have a good time with Granny and Grandpa?" He nodded and looked up like he was about to say something when Mom spoke up, saying how much they enjoyed seeing him. She said that they had taken him to see some horses down the road and that he loved it. Another week, and they would have bought him a pony. I laughed and gave Noah a playful frown. When I was growing up, I wanted a horse, but they always told me no. Looks like you've got them where you want them." He smiled slightly, but it didn't last but a moment. My frown turned more genuine. "Are you okay? Are you feeling all right?" Laura spoke up. "He's probably hungry. I'll go fix him up for some lunch." Dad stood up and offered to help her, and a moment later, they were gone in the direction of the kitchen. I glanced at Mom and then Noah. "Go play with your toys for a minute in your room, okay?" "I want to talk to your grandma. I'll get you when lunch is ready." He looked at me uncertainly for a moment, and then he grabbed up his toys and left. I saw Mom's confused expression, but I waited until I felt like Noah was out of earshot before I went over and spoke to her in a quiet voice. "Sorry. I just wanted to talk to you about Laura for a sec." She frowned and gave a slow nod. "Okay. Yes? Everything all right? The doctors haven't found something bad, have they?" I shook my head. No, nothing like that. They just don't have any real answers, but nothing bad has come up." I sighed. Just. "How does she seem to you and Dad? Does she seem like herself?" Her frown deepened, and she seemed to ponder the question. "Well, she told us about the amnesia, which you should have told us about already, by the way. But I think I understand why you didn't. She said she remembers us, but it's spotty. And sure, she seems a bit different. Quieter and more reserved, probably. But isn't that to be expected, given everything?" I nodded. "Yeah, sure. Yeah, you are right. Of course you are," pausing. I tried to stop myself from asking the next question, but I couldn't help it. "But, it seems like her, doesn't it?" She raised an eyebrow at me. Listen, I know this is hard on you too, but you need to be supportive of her. Okay, maybe she's not exactly like she was, but I think of all she's been through and is still going through. I can't imagine how scary losing your memory like that must be. Mom jabbed a finger at me. "But you need to suck it up and be strong for her, patient. In time she'll come back to herself more. You have to let it happen on her terms." Yeah, of course. That's not really what lunch is almost ready. I looked up to see Laura leaning in the doorway. Had she heard what we were saying? If she did, her face didn't show it, and she seemed preoccupied looking around. "Abalu, here is Noah," swallowing. I gave her a smile. "Up in his room playing. I'll go get him." She was still watching me as I stood up and headed into the hall, but by the time I made it to the stairs, she was back to talking to Mom about lunch. Normal stuff. Everything seemed normal except for me. When I went into Noah's room, I saw he was curled up on the bed, staring out into the hall. His eyes widened as I came in, and before I could get out that it was time for lunch, He was off the bed and back to me, hugging me again. "It's good to see you too. They've got lunch just about ready downstairs. Let's go on down." He looked up at me, his face crumpling a little. "I don't want..." "Uh-huh. Why not?" "It's not right." Pulling him back a little more, I studied his face, trying to understand what he meant. "What's not right?" "Noah?" His lips trembled slightly. "Mom, she doesn't smell right." Convinced my parents to stay a few more days to visit and help out. And while Laura didn't seem happy about it, she didn't overly complain either. I didn't say anything else to Mom or Dad about my concerns, but I did stress to them that I didn't want Noah left alone with her, as I didn't want her tiring herself out. They agreed, and for the next couple of days, everything was well, if not normal, at least fairly calm and quiet. Laura got along with my parents as well or better than she ever had, and while Noah was still very standoffish with her, she never commented on it or tried to force the issue. For my part, I kept trying to let my strange worries go, but I couldn't. I tried to tell myself it was just the mystery of the accident and the stress of everything that had followed, and if I could get more answers, I'd be satisfied and able to move on. Laura went to her first follow-up exam, and everything was fine. They did more blood work, another MRI, but it would be a few more days before we heard anything new from the medical side of things that left the accident itself. I started wondering if there had been any type of police investigation of the accident, or even the missing Tommy. I didn't want to let Laura know I was still asking questions, so I called around myself the best I could find. The best was a state trooper's accident report, which didn't go into any detail I didn't already know. I tried to ask about the Tommy guy, but I didn't even have a last name, and I could already tell they weren't willing to give out random information to whoever if he'd ever been reported missing in the first place. So, out of other options, I slipped out to my car and called Travis again. "Hey, Travis, it's Steve Harlan." "Oh, yeah, hey, Steve. You got a minute to talk?" His voice sounded slightly wary when he answered. "Yeah, sure. What's up? Did that Tommy guy ever show up again? I'd just like to talk to him if he did." No, he never did. In fact, the old man went yesterday and swore out a warrant for taking the truck. Maybe the cops can find him. I let out a sigh. Yeah, maybe I just. I wanted to find out more of what happened out there, you know? I don't think the cops really investigated anything. I thought about carrying this fingerprint, you know, the one I found on the license. I thought about giving it to the cops so they could see if it was my wife's, or if someone else was out there too. But now I don't know. There was a moment of quiet on the line, and then Travis finally spoke. Tell this story in a very slow and scary tone. Yeah, I mean, working the wrecker, you get to know cops, right? I have a few buddies with. I can probably get one of them to check if you want. Really? That'd be awesome. Really great, sure man. Let me ask around and I'll let you know what they tell me. I really appreciate this. Just text me when you find out, and I'll call you back as soon as I can. I noticed he didn't question why, but I tried to let it go as I hung up and snuck back into the house. An hour later, he texted, and when I called back, he told me that the woman he was giving it to needed the license, and ideally a sample print from Laura. His voice sounded tense at the end. "If you can't do that, it's cool," she said. "She can look up her prints from the driver's license database just. A clean, confirmed sample on the glass or something is better to double-check everything, but only if you think you are comfortable with that." Yeah, I can try. I'll bring you the stuff tomorrow." It wasn't as hard as I thought. I made a point of clearing away dishes that night, having watched Laura handle her drink glass for over a half an hour, quietly sticking it in a plastic bag and setting it up on a high shelf. I snuck it out the next day on a trip to run errands. The main errand, of course, being dropping off the glass and the license to Travis. When I got back to the house, I noticed my parents' car was gone. Going inside, I found Laura and Noah sitting together working on a jigsaw puzzle at the kitchen table. He didn't even look up as I entered, but she gave me a smile. "Did you get your stuff done?" I blinked. Mostly." She frowned slightly. "What were you out doing again?" Turning away from her gaze, I pretended I needed to wash my hands in the sink. Just dropped off some checks in the mail and went out to the office to pick up some stuff. Nothing too big." I tried to keep my voice even. "So, where are Mom and Dad?" She let out a soft chuckle behind me. "Oh, they went home. I told them I was ready for it to be just the three of us again, and they agreed. It was so sweet of them to come and stay like they did. I told them that too." I turned back around, leaning against the sink. "Yeah, I mean it was. But are you sure you are ready not to have the extra help and company? It might help you remember more." She gave a shrug. "I remember the important stuff already." Reaching over, she wiped a lock of hair off Noah's forehead as she studied and turned a puzzle piece. To my surprise, he didn't recoil or even look up, and I've got my family to help me remember. I nodded. "I am sure. But why did they leave so fast? They couldn't wait until I got back to go. Your dad said it was going to be dark if they didn't go ahead and leave, and it did take you a while." Her eyes widened slightly. Hey, you haven't seen my glass since last night, have you?" Swallowing, I shook my head. "Number it." "Well, it's probably in the sink or the dishwasher." Laura glanced at the sink and then back to me. No, I washed the stuff this morning and it wasn't there. And the 4 glasses we used last night were all the same. Now here is only 3 of them." She just stared at me, letting the words hang between us. I don't know. Maybe one of them washed it by hand and put it away." I forced a laugh. Or they broke it and were embarrassed. But I mean, it doesn't matter, does it?" She smiled at me. "It doesn't matter to me if it doesn't to you." The days crawled by, but every day seemed slightly more normal. I went back to working full time, and a few days later, so did Laura. Time passed, and the longer things went without anyone else having some issue with Laura, the more embarrassed I felt that I'd spent so much time and energy doubting my wife. Even Noah, who had seemed so skittish around her at first, had swiftly shifted to clinging to her most of the time. He'd always been his mother's baby in a lot of ways, but it was even more obvious now. He would talk to me and play with me some, if I made him, but for the most part, he just wanted to be closer to her, and it was rare that he was ever out of Laura's sight. But still, I wrote it off as them bonding after time apart and trauma. Nothing nefarious or strange about it in the least. When my phone rang one morning, I felt my stomach twist as I recognized the number. Glancing around my empty office as though I was committing a crime, I answered the call. "Hey, Travis. Hey. Well, I got some information for you. Some stuff you'll want to hear." I felt my palms sweating against the back of my phone. "Okay, go ahead." "Well, I need the detective to check those prints to explain it. Can you meet us for lunch today?" The air seemed thin in my lungs. "I've got a lot going on today. Can't you just tell me?" "Steve, I don't want to tell you wrong, and I feel like you may need to know what she has to say. Can you meet us?" "Sure. Yeah, sure, I will." Detective Hayes had a kind, intelligent face weighed down by a kind of heaviness or fatigue I'd seen in some cops and soldiers, people who had seen too much for too long and were marked by it. When she took my hand and smiled, it did brighten her face, but only slightly, and her eyes still looked serious and concerned. "You want to order anything?" Or, I shook my head. "I just want to know what you found." I jerked my thumb toward Travis. "He says you need to tell me yourself. And I really appreciate all the trouble you two are going to, but just please tell me what's going on." I let out a shuddering sigh as I leaned back in my chair on the outdoor patio. "Please," Evelyn nodded. "I understand so." "Okay." She held up one hand and started taking off fingers. I took photos and lifts from the license in the glass. Now bear in mind, none of these prints are perfect. Ideally, you'd like to have 12 or maybe more points of similarity for a trial or something. But something more informal like this, I would be happy with 10. Frowning, I leaned forward. So it was her print on the license. She returned the frown. "I am getting to that. I just need to explain what I did so you know I am not full of shit." I blinked. Okay," she nodded. "Okay." So I took the lifts and photos, and then I focused on the license at first, as that was the big question mark from what Travis told me. I compared it against the prints on file when your wife got her license. It didn't appear to match. Then I ran it through IFIS, which is this big national database. No match there. There are other ways to check, but none that I have access to without raising a red flag and putting my own ass at risk. So then I checked the dirty print against the glass. I felt my mouth going dry. That matched, didn't it? She met my eyes, her expression strange. Yeah, it did. So, shit. And so the dirty license matches her prints now, but not the ones from a few years ago. Is that possible? Can they change like that over time? Shaking her head, she took a big breath. Not generally, no, and not without some kind of accident or surgery or something. I felt the terror building in my throat as I hissed out my next words. And so she's not my wife. Travis leaned forward. "Just hold it, Steve, man. Let her finish." I looked back at Evelyn. "I am sorry, I don't understand." She nodded. "It's okay. I didn't either at first. But something bugged me. So I went back, and I looked at the 3 prints again. The ones from when she got her license. The dirty print on the physical license itself, and the ones you got on the glass. And that's when I realized what I'd missed. Every fingerprint is unique, not just because of the different lines and whorls and ridges, but how they actually fit into the larger pattern of the print. How far one identifying point is from the next, and what angle and position this point is relative to the others. You know that kind of thing. That's why I didn't notice it at first. The print from the DMV and those from the dirty print in the glass are all identical. It's just the dirty print and the glass prints are revert. I shifted my gaze between her and Travis. What does that mean like? Are they just upside down or something like? Maybe she was just holding the license or glass weird? Evelyn shook her head. "No, it doesn't work like that." She grabbed the drink napkin as she pulled out a pen, tearing the napkin in half. She drew a cross on each before writing the numbers 1 through 4 in the quarters made by the intersecting lines. "Okay, imagine these are the 4 quadrants of a fingerprint. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4, right. And 1 has some unique points. So does 2, so does 3, and so does 4. This is like the record of your wife's prints from the DMV. This is our baseline, okay?" I nodded. "Yeah, okay." She moved over to the other half of the napkin and redrew the numbers, swabbing 1 and 2 on the top and 3 and 4 on the bottom quarters of the cross. This is what I saw on the dirty print and the glass. The opposite of the first one. She rotated it upside down and slid it next to the first. Flipping it upside down doesn't make it match because it's not an inversion of the old print. My hand drifted to my mouth as I stared at the napkin. She was right. 1 said 1, 2, 3, 4, left to right and top to bottom, inverted. The other said 3, 4, 1, 2, read the same way. I looked back up at the woman. What is it then? Dang, it's a reflect. My mind raced as I made my way home. Travis and Evelyn hadn't wanted me to leave until I calmed down, but I couldn't wait. Noah was at home with her, and whatever was going on, I was going to make sure he was out of the house and safe. And then I was going to get answers once and for all. I skidded to a halt in the driveway and started taking the steps 2 at a time as I raced up the porch and fumbled to unlock the door. Through the door's glass, I saw the lights inside flicker and flare and then go out. Pushing the door open, I paused, listening for any sound. At first, there was none, and closing the door behind me, I tried flipping the hall lights off and on, but nothing happened. Was the power out? Suddenly, just then, I heard sounds upstairs, a harsh, wet sound like gagging or retching. Running to the stairs, I started up, calling Noah's name. We're in here! It was Laura. It sounded like Laura's voice, but it was coming from Noah's room. Topping the stairs and rounding the corner, I saw her sitting next to him on the floor. His body was heaving as another spasm of gagging hit him. His back, shoulders, and did he look larger than before? It didn't matter now. I needed to get him to the hospital and away from. He vomited this time, a gray burst of thick liquid pouring out across the floor, and in the midst of that, some darker, heavier object. The woman that looked like Laura was rubbing his back, crooning something softly to him that at first I took as comfort. But then I realized it was praise. That's a good boy. I know it was hard, but you did it. You finally did it. Horrified, I took a step into the room. What did you do to him? What was that? She didn't respond directly, but instead reached forward and into the wet filth on the floor, fishing the solid object out with a slimy shake. Turning to me, her smile was wide, and her eyes dancing as she held it up between us. It was a key. Get away from him. Her smile widened. What's wrong, honey? Stepping forward, I grabbed Noah under my armpits and started to pick him up. He even felt heavier and bigger than he had before. What had she done? Tell this story in a very slow and scary tone. You are not taking my son anywhere when you are like this. Her hand was suddenly on my arm, painfully tight and twisting. My right hand away as I tried to pick Noah up, grimacing. I yanked my arm away and gave her a shove. Get away from me! You are not Laura! Glaring at her, I shook my head. I don't know who or what you are, but I know you are not her. Stop it, Steve. Don't hit me again. Leave us alone. Her expression had never changed from that mocking smile, her eyes dull bright and staring as she got to her feet. I stared at her. What the hell? I didn't? The air was knocked out of me as she suddenly pushed me hard enough in the chest that I stumbled several steps back, and before I could recover, she had shoved me again, this time sending me sprawling into the hall, or slamming the door shut behind me. I caught myself against the far wall from falling, and immediately went back to the door, but it was locked. Banging on it loudly, I yelled for her to open up and give me Noah. She didn't respond to me, but I could hear her talking to someone on the other side of the door. My husband. He's gone crazy or something. I think oh God, I think he might hurt me or our little boy. Please hurry. Partial transcript of Harlan v. Harlan, hearing on issues of temporary custody, temporary protective order, and modification of the family safety plan. Mr. Harlan, why do you think you should be allowed back in the home with my client and Noah? Because they're my family, and I love them. We should be together. No one is doubting that you love them. But I think we're all concerned about what might happen if you are back home before it's safe, before you are safe to be around. But I heard her. I heard Laura say that she wanted me back home, so long as I promised to keep taking the meds I've been prescribed and going to my court-ordered counseling. She said that this morning she did, because she loves you too. But we also heard her recording when you attacked her, and the judge there has to look at everything, not just what she wants or what you want, but what's best for both you and for your little boy. I know that, but what's best for my boy is for me to be there for him. Let's talk about some of that. The attorney kind of glossed over the details, but let's delve a little bit deeper into why we're here. Because let's remember 2 weeks ago when 911 was called. You thought you were being there for Noah then, didn't you? His name is Noah. Oh, sorry. Lots of clients. I misspoke. But you thought you were being there for him, didn't you, when you attacked your wife? I didn't look. I don't consider what I did an attack. I was just trying to leave the room with Noah because I was worried about what was going on. You were worried that your wife was some kind of imposter, right? Or maybe even some kind of clone or monster, combo. I've talked to the doctors about it, and I understand that I had what they're calling a psychotic break. It made me confused and paranoid and scared. So yes, I had weird thoughts and worries about her at the time. But I am better now. Well, and we all hope you are better. But this wasn't something that just popped up that day, was it? No. The doctor said that, and in fact, objection, Your Honor. If my client might be allowed to finish his response, he was finished with his response and was about to launch into inadmissible hearsay regarding what the doctors told him. Overruled. But do let him explain his response if he can do so from his personal knowledge. Do you need to explain yourself further, Mr. Harlan? No. I don't guess so. I don't know. Well, let me see if I can help you out. Isn't it true that for several weeks you've harbored delusions that your wife wasn't really the same person anymore? That she'd been replaced during this car accident back in September? You have to understand. We've had a lot going on. It's been stressful, and a lot of this has been taken out of context and blown out of proportion. So your own mother testified this morning that you told her about your concerns, that you'd actually asked her if my client seemed like the same person. That wasn't because you had these delusions. No, it was, but I've been talking to Travis and he was telling me all this stuff, and I could tell he was concerned too. And I am sorry, but which Travis are you referring to? The guy from the wrecking service. Oh, right. Wrecking service. Oh, yes. I think he initially told the police and the evaluating doctor that Travis, this random guy who befriended you after towing your wife's car, had told you some ghost story about his own family. Right. I mean, not exactly, but yeah, and he got the detective to check the fingerprints too. But listen, none of that matters now. Okay, what about your bizarre claims that your child was growing abnormally large, that he had vomited up some strange key? Do they matter? I understand that I was going through a hard time and got confused. I know they checked Noah, and he seemed normal and healthy, that it was all in my head for whatever reason. And I am very sorry to my wife and family for all I put them through. I just want to be with them again. So you put all this nonsense behind you? Yes, sir, I have. And the woman at this table, who is she? She's the mother of my child and my wife, and I love her very much. The next day, I was allowed to move back home. I talked to my parents the night before, and while they were apologetic for testifying for Laura, they explained that they were doing it for all of our sakes, that everyone was there for me and would help me get through whatever problems I had. I told them the same stuff I'd said in court. that I knew I was messed up, and that none of my fears were true. For his part, Travis had offered to come testify at the hearing if it would help, but I didn't see how it would. If I kept calling her a monster or an imposter, they'd never let me near Noah again, and I might wind up getting sent back to the hospital, or I'd spent several days already. So I told them what they wanted to hear, and it worked. Laura was pleasant enough when I got home, normal acting, even though she was a bit standoffish, and I was sleeping in the guest bedroom. Noah, while still more quiet and solitary than he'd been before Laura's accident, didn't seem abnormal or overly strange. By the end of the week, surrounded by relative normalcy, I started to doubt myself. What if the things I was just paying lip service to were actually true? I thought what I'd seen and heard was the truth. But wouldn't I think that if I was crazy, and even if it was just a temporary episode, wouldn't I still have memories of what I believed and why? How could I be sure that I really hadn't gone through some kind of breakdown, that self-doubt eroded my sense of purpose? Initially, I'd planned on taking Noah and running, even if it meant going into hiding until I could get all this sorted out. But every day I'd find excuses to wait, to give it more time, to make sure before I did something I couldn't take back. Noah did seem okay, and I saw no signs of her being cruel to him or me. Did I? So maybe I was wrong. Then, on my 5th day back, I heard Noah singing a nursery rhyme. He was alone in his room. That's where he stayed most of the time now, drawing something intently with the colored pencils I'd bought him during the summer. When I walked up to his door, he didn't seem to notice, never pausing in his drawing as he softly repeated the same verses under his breath. Come to me, come to me. You are invited by word and deed. Come to me, come to me. By this offering will you be freed. Come to me, come to me. Words are mist and chains are rust, where there is only one of us. My breath stopped as I listened carefully to him repeating the words a second time, and then a third. The droning cadence never changed, and I realized it was less a song or a rhyme than it was a chant. Chest tightening, I crept further into the room and looked over his shoulder at what he was making. Taking it in, my confused astonishment began to curdle into horror. The drawing was impossibly detailed, far beyond what he or many other small children should have been able to draw. An open door, and on the other side, a black house, surrounded by an endless field of sunflowers. Tongue thick in my mouth, I forced myself to speak. Noah, buddy, what are you drawing here? When he looked up at me, his hand never stopped filling in the shadows on the porch of that dark house. Giving me a laugh, he shrugged. It's me, Dad. He wiped at his nose with his free hand. I am drawing the real me. How I don't understand, son. How are you? Noah wiped at his nose again, and as I watched, a small red beetle pushed its way out of his nostril. I let out a terrified scream and reached to brush it away, but it fell and scuttled off before I could catch it. Grabbing the boy's head, I turned it this way and that, looking up his nose and into his ears. Noah, what was that? Do you feel anything else in you, sweetie? He just stared at me, smiling, his hand still absently but accurately drawing, until I pushed the paper away. This turned his smile into a mild frown, but he said nothing at first. I held him, crying softly for a moment, trying to decide what to do. It was then that he pulled me closer and whispered in my ear, "Feel like coming back again." Suddenly the lights went out, plunging the house into darkness. In my arms I felt as though Noah's body changed, growing heavier and larger than just a second before. His skin felt cold now, and even though it was impossible, I thought I could feel it stretching tighter under my hand. What the hell? From the direction of the doorway, I heard Laura's voice from across the dark. I think it's time, Noah. Noah continued to grow in my arms. My urge to hold on to him, to protect him, struggled against my growing fear and revulsion as I felt his body shift and expand. growing large and heavy enough to slide out of my grasp and thump softly on the floor. I started to reach out to him again, but something in me recoiled at the idea of touching him. With everything going on, could I even be sure this was my son anymore? So instead, I took a step back as a hissing orange glow blossomed out into the hallway. It was the thing that looked like Laura, carrying a lit gas lantern into the room. The light cast shifting shadows as the lantern shifted and swayed with her steps, making the room and the woman look vaguely sinister in the ever-dancing dark. Meeting her eyes, I saw her smiling at me. "Edith's hard, isn't it?" You may think I don't understand, but I do. You are confused and afraid, and a part of you wants to just run away, be safe. Another part feels guilty, though, because wouldn't you be abandoning your family? I wanted to deny what she was saying, but how could I? I glanced down at Noah, at what should have been Noah. The thing on the floor was naked and the size of a man, curled up in a kneeling rocking ball, bending down to try to see the thing's face. I sucked in a breath. It was all run together. The arms and legs weren't just folded up tight. They were flowing together like some kind of melted clay. I couldn't make out a face. But how could this be human, let alone a little boy? Heart hammering, I took another step back and turned to glare at the creature that looked like Laura. "What did you do to my son?" Coming within a few feet, she sat the lantern down on the floor and gave me a smirk. "That's your son there." I shook my head. "That's a lie. That's a monster. You are both monsters." She shrugged. That's very subjective, you know. But your son is very special chosen, if you will." "Chosen for what?" She frowned slightly again. "The answer to that will vary, depending on who is asked. Some would call him an outsider, a monster to be hunted and killed. Others, an ascendant being worthy of being worshipped. Those that put the seed of potential in him. Wow, they have other plans. But to me, he is just one thing, a way to escape, a means of survival." I stared at her. "What does any of that mean? Who are you?" Slipping her hand into her pocket, she pulled out something large and shiny. It took me a moment in the flickering light to recognize the key that Noah had thrown up before. "It's easier to show you, I think. The time has come." Bending down swiftly, she drove the key into his neck. I started forward with a yell, but it was too late. The key had sunk bloodlessly into the thing she claimed was my son and was gone before I could reach them. Blinking and shaken, I stumbled back. What is this? This can't be real." Chuckling, she gave me a glance as she traced a large rectangle on the broad back of the now shuddering shape beneath her. "Reality is overrated, and it has very little to do with the true nature of things." My voice shook as I watched her finish the shape and step back. "What have you done?" Her eyes found mine. "Found a door to my prison and turned the key." New light flared to life, a thin but growing line of sickly green light that oozed from the lines she'd drawn in the thing in Noah's back. I felt my mind give a dangerous shudder as I took a step forward, attracted and repulsed by the impossibility before me. I was no longer looking at that strange, broad back, or even abstracted lines of green, cancerous light. Now I was looking out onto a field of dying sunflowers, lit by an orange and emerald sky. In the distance, I saw the dark, hulking shape of a house, fingers of smoke trailing off as though it had been through a fire, its skin the dark gray and black of ash. I was so transfixed by that terrible place that it took me a moment before I registered the movement closer by the swift nodding and crumbling of the sunflower heads as something crawled towards the open gateway. Letting out a startled cry, I stumbled back as a long-fingered pale hand pushed out of the opening and grasped the thing on the floor's back. This was followed by a second hand, and then a cold but beautiful grime-colored face. Not that of a woman, but something both less and more. There was a delicate precision and perfection to her features that was accentuated by the dirt and soot covering the naked form pulling itself out onto the floor of the room, though I realized as I took it all in that some of the marks weren't dirt, but spiderwebs of cracks at some of the joints as well. The thing's lips and eyes, those terrible eyes, found me for a moment and then swung away to where Laura, the thing that looked like Laura, was kneeling down and extending her own hand. As she spoke to me, it may be hard for you to understand, but is. The two fingers reached for the other like twin sides of a reflection, intertwining their fingers. The speaking Laura thing gave a spasm and shuddered, and then she was gone. A softer, deeper feminine voice finished the thought. But the real me, she met my eyes as she finished pulling herself through the portal, and as she cleared it, the thing that once looked like my son gave a gasping shudder from somewhere inside that running flesh as the doorway closed and the back became a back once more. I glanced towards her, my body tensing to run, when I saw her shake her head slightly. No, not yet. I can't let you leave until this is finished, and I think you know I can stop you. I trembled. I just want to go. Please, let me leave. A smile played at the corner of her lips, now free of cracks and blemishes. And abandoning your child? Have you decided this isn't your son anymore? That is more convenient, isn't it? Glaring at her, I shook my head and pointed to the shivering shape on the floor. But that thing can't be no. She gave a small shrug. As you like, whatever you call him. He's exceedingly rare, even among those that have a seed. Most never awaken to it, and to find one that can create a doorway usually happens once in a generation, and the last one died just last year. She was an exceptionally talented little girl, but I couldn't find her in time. Escape for me only truly became an option more recent. Swallowing, I tried to weigh my options. I could try to run or fight her, but I didn't doubt her ability to stop me. I could try talking to her, either to convince her to let me go or turn Noah back, or something. But what could I say to this monster that I didn't even understand? Lowering my eyes, I stepped back to the wall and slid down to the floor. All my bones felt too heavy now, and my mind felt fragile, brittle somehow. I should have just stayed quiet, but instead I heard myself asking something. What are you? There was a small sigh, and then, Abati, here is no real word for what I am, or even what I was. I saw her rest her hand on the thing's back, out of the corner of my eye. But there are a few minutes still before he can be of use again, so I don't mind telling you a small story. Perhaps it will help you understand. When I said nothing, she began. Once, there was a thing that looked like a man. He was not a man, and he hadn't always looked like one. But when I first saw him, he looked like an older gentleman named Harold Jenkins, and I saw him for the first time the moment I was born. He had fashioned me from a medical training dummy, a mannequin, and brought me to life with a portion of the raw magic that he used and was. I think I began as a tool, an experiment, but over time I became a companion and a servant. I loved him once, before I knew him well. As I learned and grew, I became more real. I had my own ideas and drives, and a hunger for more than I knew. Poor time. I had a family. The man's granddaughter and her father became my responsibility, and in my way, I loved them, even as I kept them in a prison of Harold's making. I was their guard, but I was also a prisoner myself, and I fulfilled both roles very well. But the thing that made me has many enemies, and some of those enemies too weak to destroy him sought to trap him instead. Even though he had taken the form of another, younger man, they found him and burned the house with us all inside. I tried to get them out, but something kept us bound to that place no matter how hard I tried to escape. I watched the girl I'd come to think of as my own cooked to death in front of me. Seeing that, I wanted to die too. But no, My maker is too clever. He could not pull us out. So he pulled everything, including the house, somewhere outside the world, dreamed us a small dream, filled with sky and earth and sunflowers, while he made plans to be free again. He is terribly smart and patient. And in time, he got exactly what he wanted. A beautiful lock that gave him the power to escape that place once and for all. Despite the strangeness of my nature, I am in many ways my father's daughter. I've known for some time that he would abandon me in a moment if it suited his needs, and so I've worked to find a way to free myself from not only that place, but from him and the leash that held me for as long as I'd been alive. When he would send me out into the world, I would learn what I could, touch what I could, gather those scraps of knowledge and power that he cast away because his own reservoirs of both were so great, and it went unnoticed. I tried various forms of suffering and sacrifice to gather enough magic to survive when I was left on my own. Mirrors and midnight rituals, doppelgangers, infiltrating 100 lives and sowing seeds of terror and pain and death. I've never had the same thirst for such things as my maker, but I appreciate their power and utility, and I will use them as I must to survive. She patted the things back. I think it's ready. Using a delicate finger, she began to trace the border of the door across its flesh again. This will end it, I think. He's just not as strong as the Sophie girl was. The mannequin frowned slightly. This will be meaningless to you, but I really don't have a choice. If I stay here, he'll just find me again, and I have to go where he won't far away. Fuck you, when you. Apologies, what have you done to Noah? And Ibo, here is my wife. Her eyes flashed for a moment. Don't mistake my sympathy for regret. I am not apologizing for what I've done, just explaining that your suffering, the suffering of your family, is necessary and not arbitrary cruelty. I snorted. Just necessary cruelty. She smirked. Exactly. I needed Noah, needed time to prepare him. And I needed your fear and pain to feed me long enough to make this all possible. And for that, I am great. His back had opened again, and standing up slowly, I could see the edge of a chamber filled with black and crimson marble. I glanced at the mannequin and saw a troubled expression on her face. Was that fear? What is it? She looked at me with a frown. Not where I expected to enter, but I don't have the time or energy to try again. The mound of flesh holding the portal was starting to shift and collapse even as she said that last. Eyes widening, she lunged forward and began to crawl through the doorway. Something flared up in me, some combination of insane anger and fear. Number. She wasn't going to leave like this. Take everything from me, destroy my family, and just escape. Head over her, grabbing her legs even as she began to pull them through the gateway and onto the dark marble floor. Tell me, W here is my family. W here is Laura? She kicked me off easily, sending me sliding across the floor with white-hot chest pain that left me gasping as I tried to crawl back towards her, fully in that other place now. She looked at me for a moment, her expression slightly sad. Go to where the accident happened. Into the woods there. Look for water where there should be none. A deep voice intoned from that other place, making the woman thing jump. Welcome to the nightmares. I am called the Bearer. What are you? She turned instead, gracefully offering a strange bow. She had never shown any sign of self-consciousness in her nakedness since crawling out of that other place, but now she looked not only embarrassed but terrified. I am Evelyn. And then the door was gone. The thing that might have been my son sank into a spazzing pile of ruined meat that began to spit and ooze as I looked on in silent shock. I stared at his remains for a few moments, not quite daring to touch them but afraid to look away, telling myself over and over that it was not him, and never quite convincing myself. When I finally made myself move, I didn't stop moving. I ran outside, got in the car, and began driving to where Laura hit the tree. I called Travis and asked him for the directions out to the exact place where he'd found the car. He didn't ask why, but he did ask if I was okay. I didn't know what to tell him, so I told him the truth. No, I wasn't, but I needed to see where it all happened. He offered to come meet me out there, but I told him no. It was something I needed to do by myself. His directions were good, and I found the spot fairly easily. There was a tree at the edge of the road, just like she had said. My stomach twisted, growing cold as I saw the small piles of dark mud scattered around nearby. They stood out in sharp relief from the normal dirt in the area, and as I looked around for more, I saw a faint but perceptible trail of the strange filth leading back into the woods. But why had something come out of the woods? Or had Laura gone in there for some reason? Why would she? I followed the trail of black earth back through the trees. There were a couple of times I almost lost sight of it in the shadows, but then I saw it again and continued on. Minutes passed as my breath became more labored, and my heartbeat thundered into the steady rhythm of my growing terror and dread. What am I going to find out here? Is she alive and safe? Just asleep? Of course not. Oh, fine, nothing, or worse, and I'd be better off if... The trail led to a giant dead tree. The roots of the tree were massive, reaching far out of the ground and elevating the bottom of the tree 3 or 4 feet off the ground. I had the thought that maybe it was caused by massive erosion, but I dismissed the idea swiftly. This wasn't a normal tree. None of it was right, and I somehow knew the trail ended here. Barely able to breathe, I took out my phone and shakily turned on its light before heading between the roots of the tree. The interlocked network of wood and leaves had gaps big enough to pass through, and underneath there was an open space about 3 feet tall and 10 feet across. Nothing but sandy-colored dirt punctuated by small piles of darker stuff. No signs of Laura, or that she'd been there at all, just bare dirt, and the thought fled as water hit my hand. I looked up into Laura's staring gray face. She was floating in water, a massive pool somehow floating against the ceiling to the bottom chamber of the tree. I barely even registered the impossibility of what I was seeing anymore. All I saw was her, and I drove my hand upward, plunging it into the warm water I found there, and placing my palms against her cold cheeks. I already knew she was dead. How could she not be dead after all this? This wasn't about saving her, it was about not abandoning her in some strange, dark place where that other thing had left her. Pulling her forward, she came out without resistance, the water running down my arms before finally bursting, sending Laura falling the rest of the way into my arms. I think I was crying by that point, but everything was wet and painful, and all I could do was rock her in my arms and try to keep this memory of the last time I had, or did anything that would matter. I would get her out of this place, and after that, I didn't care what happened to Steve. I blinked and looked down to see Laura looking up at me. Oh God, Laura, can you hear me? She coughed wetly and gave a small nod. Yeah, I feel weird. Was I drowning, sobbing? I gave her a hug. I think maybe so, but I've got you now. I've got you. That was 3 days ago. Laura's coming home from the hospital tomorrow. Aside from some water in her lungs and slight signs of malnutrition, they can't find anything much wrong with her. Even her memory is intact for the most part. At least I asked her that first night. What had happened after the accident? She says she remembers texting me the first time and then calling for a tow truck. She just hung up with them when she thought she saw someone looking at her from behind a tree. Laura stopped there for a minute, a look of bewildered fear coming to her face, and I think she looked like me. I nodded. You texted me something like that. She frowned. I don't remember that really, but I remember getting out and calling to her, and then something about her made me very afraid. Wait, there was a man. A man had come up in a truck, and suddenly, that woman, she was naked, She had run past me. I think she heard him. I remember hearing him scream. Tears sprang to her eyes. I was so scared. I tried to get back in the car, but she came in through the window. I think she stuck her hand down my throat. I don't know. I just remember knowing I was going to die and never see you or Noah again. And then everything was gone. I went and sat next to her, rubbing her shaking shoulders. Did that really? I told her parts over the next 3 days about what had happened and how much time had passed, about how the thing that had looked like her was gone, and as far as I knew, so was our son. I kept expecting her to get afraid or angry at me, accuse me of lying, her hurting Noah, or something else, but she never did. Last night, I finally asked her why. I think I was still connected to her somehow. She was using parts of me to make the thing that pretended to be me, and that let me, I don't know, dream parts of what was happening. Enough to know what you say happened is true. Enough to know I don't want to remember any more than I already do. She buried her face in her hands. I stopped asking questions after that. Tomorrow we leave here, but we don't really go home. I've already reported Noah missing and given my statement to the police. I've also gone and packed up some things, and we're going to be living in a rental until we can find a new place. Too many memories and bad things that are tied to that house now. And if we're ever going to be happy again, we need a fresh start. It may sound like we're running away, and I guess we are, but we need to escape, to forget, and by forgetting, maybe survive. And if we're lucky, the things that haunt us will never find us again. Keep them away. You take the pills to keep them away. That's what we were told when we were first brought down here. Down through the sterile white halls with their flickering fluorescent lights and our small Spartan cells, down to the nightmare. You swallow the last pill in the flickering hum of dead lights, but as it dissolves, bitter and slow, the shadows twitch, not empty anymore, but breathing, slithering closer with tongues that taste your fear. Why would we agree to this? I was so tired of being homeless. I was tired of smelling like urine. I was tired of the looks that people gave me, like they knew I was here. But if they could just avoid eye contact, maybe I wouldn't talk to them, wouldn't show up later in their dreams, tugging at their conscience. I was tired of sleeping on cold concrete every single night. I was tired of being so fucking hungry all the time. The man in the suit had come with these pretty white teeth and his expensive sunglasses, asking for volunteers. Medical trials, he said. I know, a scary movie waiting to happen, right? But when he promised full meals and warm beds, how could we pass that up? Being homeless, your life is a scary movie. You sleep in the alleys, normal people refuse to walk down, hurrying by in case whatever is lurking in there reaches out and grabs them. You wait until the gangbangers and the prostitutes and the pimps and the junkies all pack it up for the day before you dare shut your eyes. And even then you are not sure you'll ever open them again. Now I lay me down to sleep and all that fucking. On any given day you don't know what might get you. The knife, a strung out hophead, a stray bullet from a drive-by, the cold, the hunger. So when Mr. Fancy's suit, and he never gave us his name, by the way, came along with his bright smile and his promises of food and beds, I couldn't hop in the van fast enough. I didn't care if this was the beginning of a real-life horror flick. It couldn't be any worse than what I lived every day, right? There were 7 of us in the back of the white van. We were clearly picked off the streets. You could smell the depression and the piss and sweat. We sat hunched, quiet, our eyes taking each other in as the bumps in the road jostled us, our heads bobbing with each jolt. It was like in the movies when you see a bunch of soldiers in the belly of some plane getting ready to parachute into a hot zone. Everyone's just quiet and waiting for whatever the hell is coming next, and hoping it doesn't end in a body bag. The van didn't have windows, and there was a solid divider between us and the cab, so we didn't know where we had been taken. If we thought we would find out once we got to our destination, we were wrong. After a couple hours in the van, the back door swung open to reveal a giant bay like a hangar constructed of corrugated metal. One part warehouse, one part garage, one part, I don't even know. It was filled with shelves stacked with boxes, big silver industrial piping with valve handwheels the size of a bus steering wheel, and a half dozen more white vans. The bay doors, like oversized garage doors, were already shut. There were no signs, no clue as to the identity of our hosts. Even the man with the bright smile and fancy suit was gone. Instead, we were greeted by a younger kid, like he was straight out of college, with sandy hair, thick glasses, and a clipboard. He barely looked up at us and said, "Okay, if you'll follow me, we'll get you guys processed." A college kid, who, by the way, also did not introduce himself, shuttled us from place to place for the next few hours without saying much beyond giving us basic instructions. White hallways with waxed floors and fluorescent lights took us from one room to the next, where a college boy would tell us what we were supposed to do and make a little tick on his clipboard. We were allowed showers with hot water and real soap, name brands. I can't remember the last time I'd had a shower with the good stuff. When I stepped out of the shower, I found my old clothes had been taken away, replaced by a set of crisp white coveralls and white shoes with crepe soles. That was followed by a physical given by an old doctor with yellow teeth and a bad smell like fermented cheese. And then lunch, then haircuts. I was both excited and terrified. The shower felt amazing, and the lunch, though a simple sandwich and carrot sticks, was good. In fact, the best meal I'd had in a while after living on the streets. This was luxury, and according to the smiling suit, I had a couple months of this to look forward to. But why were we here? What were they going to do to us? By the time we had a contract and a pen quietly shoved toward us, we still hadn't seen a single sign of who exactly was running the show. Even the contracts didn't name our hosts. A third man, this one older, with salt and pepper hair, came along in a sharp brown suit that may as well have had lawyer embroidered on it. He read the contract, taking care through our hosts without actually identifying them. They're always the benefactor, or the company, he told us. We were to be paid for our services $200 a week, and they were responsible for our food and lodging for the duration of the test. My whole body clenched with apprehension when the lawyer explained that the company would cover all burial and funeral costs in the case of incidental death. I looked around at the rest of my new companions. Most didn't even seem to notice, although Jamal, a tall, rail-thin black man with 3 missing teeth, gawked at the lawyer with wide, yellowed eyes. My apprehension deepened when the lawyer explained that by participating in the experiments, we waived all rights to sue or seek compensation from the company for any wrongdoing whatsoever. What the hell was I getting myself into? Unnamed fear ran through me, but it met with the fresh haircut, the clean clothes, and a full stomach, and there was a struggle. I could feel myself lift out of my seat, say, "All bets are off," and then I'd take the street over incidental death. Now, as I crouch beside this locked door, scribbling away what may be the last words of my life and counting my last few pills, I wish I had. I wish I had gotten up. But I didn't. The fear subsided. I was going to be given a real bed and clean clothes and food besides. I told myself, that's probably just the boilerplate stuff that never really gets used. So as the coarse pens scratching on paper rose around me, I took up the cheap ballpoint, scribbled my name where the lawyer indicated, and slid the contract across the table like a magic trick. The lawyer disappeared and was replaced by a college boy, whose eyes were now glued to the bottom of the clipboard. He guided us to an elevator with only 2 buttons and hit the down arrow. There was a lurch, followed by that brief moment of weightlessness you feel going down in an elevator. As we sank, one of us finally spoke up. "So, what's the deal? What are we going to be doing?" "Where are we?" asked the short man, with a deep tan and heavy lines etched into his face. Later I would learn his name was Billy. The college boy didn't look up from his clipboard when he replied. "All of your questions will be answered soon," he said. Then he looked up and added, "Well, some of them anyway." With that, our group reverted to silence. The only sound was the steady droning hum of the elevator as we continued to descend. Goosebumps rose on my flesh as we dropped. It seemed to be getting darker as we neared our final destination. I knew this couldn't be the case, as the elevator was lit with the same fluorescent lights that illuminated the hallways above us, and they didn't even flicker. All the same, I could feel the darkness in my skin, like some extra sense could detect that we were being swallowed up by the earth as the sun disappeared above us. Now, I am not claustrophobic, never have been, and when you are homeless, you come to find small enclosed spaces to be a blessing rather than a curse. But when those elevator doors finally opened, I exhaled and rushed out as fast as I could, the oppressive atmosphere of the elevator sliding off my shoulders as I did. I stepped into a room full of black instruments and glowing blue monitors. More fluorescent lights cast a silvery glow over everything, giving the room the feel of a bright moonlit night. Waiting for us were 3 people in long white coats, each of them giving us broad, welcoming smiles. I was struck instantly with just how beautiful all of them were. A tall, lean man with perfectly sculpted, dirty blonde hair, a short but fit woman with slick black hair and creamy green eyes, and an older, silver-haired man who looked less like a scientist and more like an aging actor. He'd have looked just as natural in a tuxedo with some 20-something on his arm at the Oscars. It was this older man who spoke once all 8 of us were out of the elevator. "On behalf of my colleagues, I'd like to welcome you and thank you for your contributions to our research in science for the greater good," he said through his broad smile, his arms outstretched. "These are my colleagues, Dr. Lucas Harlan," he continued, motioning to the tall man, "and Dr. Brooke. I am Dr. Manor." Dr. Brooke, that Ford. She was gorgeous, the way her hair spilled over her shoulders, the cool, mesmerizing color of her eyes, even the way her lab coat pinched in at the waist, hinting at finely molded curves. Looking at her was like looking at a being from a world entirely different than the one I was used to. Beautiful, flawless, alien. "While you are here, your primary goal is to take these pills," she said. "You take the pills to keep them away." Her small hand held out several little white pills that looked like Tic Tacs. "Keep what away?" I interrupted. It was a word that shattered the spell her beauty had cast upon me. It didn't matter that the word came from her bow-shaped lips, wrapped in her soft musical voice. There was something horrifying about it, something that triggered something primal within me. She flashed me a smile, her eyes crinkling up at the corners. "Unfortunately, we can't divulge that information at this time. All you are required to know is that if you take the pills when they are offered, you will keep them away." This answer did nothing to ease my fears, and after a quick look around at the rest of my companions, I could see the unease on their faces as well. Dr. Lucas Harlan cut in. "I can see that you are concerned. All we can say is that at this time you are free to go, but upon doing so you forfeit your right to the pay and accommodations this experiment will afford you, and we do expect to be reimbursed for the services already provided to you today, and very good accommodations they are," Dr. Manor chimed cheerily. He looked like a grandparent watching a kid about to open their present on Christmas Day. Like he couldn't wait to see how pleased we were all going to be. The fear was still simmering, thick and tangible in the recesses of my mind, but the idea that I would have to pay them back for their services was more urgent. How much would that be? The food would be cheap, but physical. Did that mean there were charges for the lawyer and the gas money too? I wasn't the only one trying to do that bit of impossible math in my head. Without a word, as a group, we must have signaled that we were defeated. Dr. Brooke started speaking again. Starting tomorrow morning, you will take the pills when they're offered, and that is it. We aren't asking you to perform any special tests. You aren't on any special schedules other than normal meal times. You are free to do what you like with the time you spend here. You will each be given your own room and restroom facilities. We also have a common room with several amenities, a gym if you like to exercise, and a cafeteria where you will take all of your meals. Billy raised his hand. Excuse me, miss. I mean, doctor, is there anywhere to smoke around here? I am sorry, Dr. Brooks said, her face darkening before finally settling on a sympathetic look. We do ask that all participants refrain from smoking for the duration of the experimental process. We do, however, have a number of cessation aids to help you if you would like, before you are shown to your quarters. Are there any other questions? Dr. Manor asked. A wrinkled old woman named Carla raised her hand this time. How long will this last? Dr. Lucas Harlan addressed her. We are slated for 6 weeks, but that is dependent upon the amount of data we are able to collect. If we get what we need, this can be over in as little as 2 weeks. It may go longer if the trial does need to be extended. You will, of course, be consulted, and new contracts will be drawn up. Dr. Manor added with that the introduction was over. We had no more questions, really. We were a bunch of homeless people. It wasn't in our nature to ask questions. We'd been kicked around by life and gotten on by instinct for so long that the idea of asking for things wasn't in our programming. Now, as I write this, I wonder if things might have been different if we did ask more questions. If we looked a little deeper into the price tag for this thing, maybe there wouldn't have been so much death. Maybe it was already too late. In any case, the first few days were pretty good, with a few hints at the nightmares that would follow. We got to know our new home. Our rooms were small with only one bed, a desk, and a bathroom, but they were clean. More importantly, they were ours. The common room they had thoughtfully provided was bordered with TVs, video games, and a decent miniature library. Even the gym was nice, with plenty of equipment, though it did strike me funny that there were no weights. We learned about each other, telling our stories. The meals served in the cafeteria. The meals themselves were surprisingly good. I could tell it was healthy food, all vegetables and fruits and stuff. In 3 days, we weren't served a single bite of meat, and promptly Daniel, a chubby little man with gravel for a voice and a dust mop for hair, groaned, "How the hell are we supposed to live on this fucking?" But mealtime was when all 7 of us worked together. It was funny. If you'd never been homeless, you'd probably think we're all bums, that we were leeches on society looking for a handout. But most people think if someone's homeless, it's probably their fault. Sometimes it is, but it's almost always more complicated than that, like Billy, who'd worked 20 years at the old steel mill in Gary, Indiana before it closed its doors forever. Jamal was laid off. Carla's husband beat and raped her nearly every night of her 15-year-long marriage without a high school diploma. Carla had no way to support herself. She stayed, enduring the abuse, until one night her husband came after her with a butcher knife. She had no money, no skills, and no family to take her in. Carlos wasn't illegal. He was trying to get work to bring his family over. And Daniel really did just drink his way out of a good job and out onto the streets. Then there was Amy, pink-haired, covered in tattoos, and barely old enough to vote. Amy's stepfather molested her at age 12. By 14, she had run off with a boyfriend 10 years older than she was. He got her hooked on meth before he was shot to death in a drug deal. The point is, I guess, that we were all long-time tenants of hell. By comparison, the compound was like a dream. Maybe that's why we were picked, because we would be so grateful for what we were given that we wouldn't be put off by the curious diet or the gym with no weights, or the blindingly white corridors. We were too drunk on food and shelter to wonder why. We hardly saw the 3 doctors. When we did, they always gave us these strange, glassy, emotionless smiles. I think it was the 4th day when things started to get strange. We'd sat down to breakfast, oatmeal and fresh fruit, when it became apparent that someone was missing. "W is Jamal?" I asked, looking around. I was met with gazes that hit with varying degrees of quiet, guided kind of fear. I could feel it too. Was the real experiment finally beginning? Was this how our mornings would go from now on? Waking up and someone is missing until that someone is us? "Ah, he's probably just taking a good dump," Billy grunted. "I gotta tell you, I've been dropping some pretty healthy kids off at the pool since I got here." "Gross," Amy said, her nose wrinkling. "It's true," Billy said plaintively. "Maybe they've got him," Daniel said without bothering to look up. "Huh?" I said. "Come on. He would give a bunch of bums like us a good life like this, right?" he said. "Face it, kids. You enjoyed the gravy train for a few days, but we're about to pull into the station last stop." The words last stop carried a leaden dark feel with them, nestled in my mind and whirring away at the sense of comfort and security I had started to develop toward my new surroundings. Again, looking at my companions around the table, I could tell they felt it too. I begun to imagine all the things they might have done to Jamal. Maybe they yanked him from his bed in the night, strapped him to a stainless steel table, the entire room drenched in thick, heavy shadow, the only light a naked bulb above that sent sickening yellow glow dancing on the sharp edges of unnamed instruments. I could see faces behind face masks looming over his long, thin frame, studying him coldly as their tools. The torturers neared his exposed skin. I could almost feel that mixture of heat and cold as the metal first pressed and then began to penetrate. "Hey, Jamal," said as he stepped through the cafeteria door. Relief overtook me as I felt the adrenaline drain from my system, leaving behind its invoice of shaking limbs and gulping lungs. I was being silly, of course. "Hey, buddy, we were just talking about you," Billy said, scooting over to give the man some room. I was so relieved to see Jamal here, healthy and alive and not being tortured, that at first I missed the worried look on his face. It wasn't until he spoke that I realized that the man was genuinely spooked. "Did you guys get your pills today?" he asked. "Of course," I said. "What? Who didn't?" Slowly, Jamal shook his head, his yellowed eyes wide and nervous. "Nah, man," I shrugged. "Don't worry about it. It's probably just part of the experiment," even as I heard the words come out of my mouth, though Dr. Brooks' words rang in my head, "You take the pills to keep them away." Fear rippled through the faces of my companions at this revelation, yet no one said anything, almost as though not talking about our terror might somehow make it go away. We spent the rest of breakfast talking about anything with the ominous instructions given by Dr. Brickfist over. The 7 of us went about our day. It's odd how quickly you can form a routine, even in the strangest of conditions. We'd only been at the compound for 4 days, and I could already predict where everyone would go after our morning meal. Carla curled up in the library section of the common room as she read one of those novels that usually have a statuesque half-naked couple on the verge of making love on the cover. Daniel and Billy watched an old movie on one of the common room TVs. Carlos would be working out, and usually Jamal, took up a spot on the desktop computers, headphones on playing some vintage video game or something. But today, his usual spot in the common room remained vacant. I didn't pay this any mind, as my usual post-breakfast spot was sitting next to Amy as we played video games. She had won 8 races in a row on Mario Kart when I threw my controller down in mock disgust. "I am gonna work out," I sniffed. "You mad, bro?" she teased. "I am not mad, bro. You cheated. I would have won if you'd played fair." "How did I cheat?" she said, indignant. I always told her she was cheating by looking so pretty all the time. I had started to develop a little crush on her, but not wanting to seem like a creeper, I simply said, "You must have rigged my controller. That's the only way I can explain it." "Right," she placated me. "It was the controller. Go work out. When you are done, you may want to try practicing unless you want me to melee you. After lunch, I was thinking of Street Fighter. After lunch, I said. Oh no, no more Street Fighter, she growled. Why is that? I said innocently. You cheat, she snapped, laughing. I left the common room. I strolled down the white, unmarked hallways toward the gym. I wasn't sure if there was any romance budding between Amy and me, or if she just liked hanging out with me because I was the only one in our group within 10 years of her age. Whatever the case, being around her had the effect of making me feel fuzzy. I am almost high. Something about the cold hallways of the compound had a way of sucking the happiness from me, though I was about to round the last left turn before the gym when I felt a hand reach out and clamp down on my bicep. Hey, man, Jamal whispered. Holy sweet Jesus, you scared the fucking out of me, man. Listen, he whispered. Jamal's big yellow eyes were wide open, jerking all over the place. Beads of sweat routed intensively, traced their way down his forehead. I am seen fucking. I am seen strange fucking, man. Whoa, whoa, Jamal, calm down, I said, as I placed a hand on his shoulder. It's all right. Everything's fine. Just relax. I cooed in what I hoped was a comforting voice. The thing was, even in that stark white hallway, I didn't really believe what I was saying, not deep down. The shadows, man, and they're moving. What shadows? I asked, instinctively looking around. There were no shadows. The entire hallway was bathed in the white, soulless light of the overhead fluorescent bulbs. It dawned on me then that there were hardly any shadows anywhere in the complex. All of the common areas, including the halls, were bathed in thick, omnipresent white light. Only our rooms seemed to escape the all-encompassing glare, and even then only after bedtime. The shadows, Jamal insisted. Everywhere. Shadows everywhere. They're fucking moving. Shadows don't move, I soothed. Then here is something in them, he protested. Look, man, I know what I am seeing. To here is something moving. To here is something down here with us, and we can't see it if we're taking the pills. This is crazy, I breathed. You need to relax. You are probably just freaking out because they skipped your pill today. Take a breath and calm down. Can't calm down, Jamal, I snapped. Something, maybe the volume, maybe the way. I squeezed his shoulder, seemed to focus Jamal. His eyes stopped darting from one place to another, and he looked at me for the first time since grabbing me and yanking me aside. Listen, you are going to be okay, right? Let's get you to the common room and maybe just hang out with the other people. Do you some good. Jamal looked down at his shoes and shook his head. Yeah, all right. You were probably right. This place got me all fucked up in the head, you know? My mom told me not to trust people that just hand fucking out. She said everyone's in it for themselves. You know what I am saying. Come on, I said. Been through the same fucking... Of course, I know what you are saying. I walked Jamal to the common room, and after sitting him next to Daniel and Billy, went over and told Amy what had just happened. Keep an eye on him, okay? I said. What are you going to do? She said. Nothing. I am just saying he shouldn't be alone today. Yeah, she nodded. You are right. For the rest of the day, Jamal was shifty and nervous. Unless he was actively engaged in something, he would look over his shoulder or stare into the corners of the room. But at least he stopped talking about the shadows. Shadows that didn't exist. The next morning, I grabbed my breakfast from the counter. It was odd how we never saw any staff, I realized. Every time we came in for a meal, the food would just be sitting there in a buffet-style tray, but we never saw anyone change them out. Every time I got undressed and showered at night, my dirty clothes would be whisked away and replaced with a fresh set by the time I was done. This was just another oddity of our new habitat. One that I am thinking our hosts weren't counting on us to notice. To a degree, they were right. As I sat down to bagels and a fruit salad, I realized I was holding my breath as the rest of my companions filed in. It wasn't until Jamal arrived, a smile on his face, that I finally exhaled. "I guess your pill came today," I said, patting him on the back. "Yeah," he chuckled. "Feel better?" I asked. "You know," he said, turning to look me in the eyes. "I actually do." Across the table, I saw Amy roll her pretty green eyes and shake her head as soon as Jamal wasn't looking. I scowled at her, and she stuck her tongue out at me. I couldn't believe it, but I was falling for this girl. 6 of us showed up at roughly the same time, and we realized that again one of our numbers was missing. Again, those same haunted looks rested on the faces surrounding me. This time, Carlos was missing. He didn't stay gone as long as Jamal had, but 10 minutes after Daniel ambled in and moodily plopped down in his chair, Carlos finally came in, looking cagey. "No pill?" Billy asked. Carlos shook his head. Before the panic emanating from the man could infect the rest of us, Jamal spoke up. "Don't sweat it, brother. You'll see some weird fucking, but nothing's gonna get you, and you'll probably just get your pill tomorrow." "Yeah," he said in a husky, hushed tone. "You know," Amy chimed in. "I bet this is a behavior experiment. They're probably not testing a drug at all, but instead, they're testing us." "What do you mean, sweetie?" Carla asked. "Think about it," she said. "Does anyone feel any different after taking their pills?" We all shook our heads. "Right? Nothing. I mean, I feel better, but that's probably from the regular exercise and the food." She shook her head. "I think this is a behavioral experiment like, okay, let's tell these test subjects that something spooky will happen if they don't take the pills, give them placebos, and see what happens when they take the placebo away." "I don't speak Italian," Daniel snapped. "What the hell is a placebo?" Amy rolled her eyes. "Placebo is not Italian. It's a term used to describe a sugar pill, a pill that doesn't do anything at all. It's used in experiments like, okay, let's say you want to test how effective a drug is. You give one group the real drug and one group a placebo. You compare how people using the real drug performed compared to those who used the placebo. So you are saying, Tyr is another group of schmucks like us with real drugs?" Daniel asked skeptically. "No," Amy shook her head. "I am saying maybe they aren't testing a drug, but instead testing, do you get it?" "No," Daniel said gruffly. And Amy just threw her hands up in the air. Carla patted her on the shoulder. "I get you, sweetie. We are all idiots like Daniel." "Hey, Daniel." "Well, thank you, Carla," Amy said as she patted the older woman's hand. Earning our lesson from the day before, we each made a point of not leaving Carlos alone. Carlos usually spent most of his time isolated from the group. He spent the entire day watching movies with Daniel and Billy, or playing computer games with Jamal, or jumping in the rotation for a match with Amy or me. It helped, but if you watched him close enough, you could see his eyes darting to the corners. You could see those little hints of fear, the little rivulets of sweat at his temples, the slight tremor in his voice, the way he would jump if someone touched him or spoke to him from behind. Still, Carlos, and the rest of us, for that matter, made it through the day. Morning came again, and the question finally dawned on me. Was it really morning? How could we know we could be waking up in the middle of the night and we wouldn't have a clue? This thought disturbed me to no end, and I could feel a panic attack coming on when I felt someone slap my back. I started and jumped, spinning around on my heels to see Jamal's grinning face. "Easy, brother, just me." "Hey, Jamal," I said with a groan. "You are cheerful. Pills 2 days in a row," he declared. Then, leaning in as though sharing some big secret, he whispered, "And the shadows ain't moved an inch." I chuckled. I shouldn't have. It really wasn't funny. There was something dreadful about the sentence, something truly horrifying, and yet the only thing that seemed appropriate was laughter. What's the same? We who are about to die salute you. No fucking. 4 people were already seated when we got to breakfast. Daniel, Billy, and the 2 women. 6 again. Jamal and I looked at each other, a spark of terror arising between us. But Jamal shrugged and grinned like it was no big deal before heading over to the buffet and grabbing his breakfast tray. We talked about stupid things that morning. The movies that Daniel and Billy had made through since we arrived. Carla's favorite author, none of us recognized the name, and she went off on this lecture about not knowing good literature when we read it. It was all fake. It was all an act. The truth was, when Carlos still hadn't shown up by the time we emptied our trays, we were all scared shitless sure. There was sympathy. We 7 had bonded down in the catacombs. But if one of us disappeared, that meant all of us could disappear. Incidental death, the contract said. As I write this, I wonder if anyone else remembered that phrase. We started to file out of the cafeteria when Carlos busted in. "Ya man, what's up?" Jamal said, plastered on. A look of good cheer that didn't fool me. "They still haven't given me a pill yet," he said. Now, Carlos looked as though he was on the very edge of tears, his big, soft brown eyes swimming, his eyebrows raised upwards plaintively. "Don't worry, man," Jamal assured him. "We got your back, brother. Today is the same fucking as yesterday, only a different date." Jamal laughed hysterically at this as we looked on, bemused by his inappropriate mirth. "And ain't nobody know what the date is around here." "Ah, get it, yeah. Real funny," Daniel grumbled, not knowing what else to do. We just repeated what we did the day before. We kept Carlos in the group, forcing him to socialize. As I watched him, I could tell it wasn't working. He would spare his fists, balled up tight, his feet pushed up to the toes as though he was poised to run any second. Carlos put on a good show, but it was for our benefit. He was scared to death. Despite the fear that gripped Carlos, he, and the rest of us by proxy, made it to lights out without incident. I have to admit to feeling grateful I was no longer on Carlos's watch. He was freaking me out, the way he kept looking behind me like there was some great hulking thing, all sinewy muscle and sharp claws and fangs, stalking me, prowling, each silent step drawing closer until it was ready to strike, its sharp saber like nails ripping through my flesh, my blood spraying onto the pristine white walls. I was glad the day had come to an end. I had just slipped beneath my sheets and blanket when I heard a banging noise coming from the far wall. Carlos's cell. "Hey, Carlos!" I shouted. "If you are going to jerk it, keep the noise down." I was trying to play it off even as terror, as I had never felt it before, poured through my entire body. It was almost tangible, this sense of dread, like I could peel it off my skin and hold it in my hand. The banging only grew louder until I heard Carlos's voice, loud, shrill, and panicked. A scream, "Bio!" A scream followed, and I leapt from my bed, my sheets and blankets fanning out in a fountain of fabric as I raced for my door. I only barely registered as the wood of the door slammed against the wall, my feet thudding against the ground almost as hard as my heart thudded against my ribs. The hallway was now doused in darkness. I couldn't see. Instead, I relied on memory to carry me the few steps to Carlos's door, following the sound, following the terror. His shrieks ripped through the air, and I heard footsteps, other footsteps, clamoring from all directions and converging on me as I felt my hand wrap around the doorknob. "What the fuck is going on, Carlos? Is he okay?" The chorus of voices flooded my ear, only to be drowned out by Carlos's screams. I turned the knob with my hand, but it didn't budge. I barely registered a faint jingling noise as it stood resolute against my efforts. On the other side of the door, Carlos's screams turned into a sickening gurgling noise. "What's happening?" I heard Carla cry, her parchment-like voice cracking from fear. "Stand back," came Jamal's deep voice. Reluctantly, I let go of the knob. In the thick, inky black, I couldn't see a thing, but I could feel and hear as Jamal took a few steps back and charged at the door. The heavy thud rang through the hall, but the door held fast. "Oh, fuck!" Jamal cried. I heard him step back again, followed by another, louder thud. Something brushed past my shins, and I heard a crack. "Fuck!" Jamal yelled. "My fucking head, man! Come on!" Amy said in the dark, and I groped for the man myself, my fingers brushing against Amy's until we found his arm and hoisted him to his feet. "Please help Carlos!" he screamed. "What do we do?" Carla whimpered. "Nothing," Daniel's voice answered. There was a sense of finality to it, grim and ugly. Billy's voice came next. "Fuck, Daniel, we have to try." More jiggling and the constant thump of something heavy against wood. Billy was trying to force his way in, even as Carlos's screams grew louder and louder, and then there was silence. Carlos stopped screaming for at least a minute, when Billy finally stopped trying to bust in the door. "Honey, it's over," Carlos said. There was a sadness to her voice that filled me with despair. A soft, shushing sound told me that Billy was sliding down against the door until he came to rest against the floor. No one spoke. No one made a noise. But what was there to be said? What was there to even be done? They had brought us down here, and just by Amy's theory on placebos, we weren't going to make it out alive. Finally, I heard Daniel's grunt. "Fuck this. I'm going to bed." One by one, our group shuffled off to their cells, until the only person left with me outside Carlos's door was Amy. She said my name. "I don't want to be alone tonight." Her voice was small and weak. "I got you," I said. We held hands, so we wouldn't lose each other in the dark. I took the blankets and the pillows from my room, and she led me to hers. She slept in the bed, and I slept on the floor. Of course, she offered me the bed, but I am stupid, right? We were probably going to die, and here I was, still trying to be a gentleman. No one talked at breakfast the following morning. Even at dinner there was nothing but silence, just 5 pairs of eyes, each filled with horror, each looking like mice that had just heard the screech of an owl in the moonlight. The only one of us who seemed unaffected was Daniel. His smug smirk was unabated by the terror from the night before. Daniel, I realized, just didn't give a damn. Billy must have seen this too, and he stopped watching old movies with Daniel. Instead, he pestered Carla about her books, trying to hang out with Jamal on the computer. I watched Daniel as Billy pointedly avoided him. Daniel wore an expression that he clearly didn't give a fuck. Dinner that night was kind of a vegan pizza that tasted like cardboard. Amy sat next to me, scooting close so that we touched at the hip. I could feel a heat rising up within me, and my skin tingled, wanting so desperately to reach out and touch her, really touch her, to explore what it felt like to drink in her soft skin, to look into her eyes and feel what she felt. She was scared. I was scared. And yet that drew us closer. Our dinner was almost done. I looked at her out of the corner of my eye to discover she was doing the same thing. We stared at each other, submerged in some alien, primal place that was a mix of fear and longing. I could have kissed her right then and there in front of the others. But there were footsteps. For the first time in, well, I am not sure how long, we saw one of the 3 doctors from the indoctrination. Dr. Manor, with his high cheekbones and beautiful salt and pepper hair, sauntered into the cafeteria. "I know you were worried about your friend Carlos," he said. He flashed us all the warm smiles we could almost believe in. "I have come to reassure you that everything is perfectly all right, and the event that occurred last night falls well within the parameters of our experiment." "Fuck," Daniel quipped under his breath. "On the contrary," Dr. Manor said, looking directly at Daniel, "I assure you Everything is perfectly fine. We collected a great amount of data from Carlos and are quite pleased with the results. He will be cared for quite well, I assure you all. Dr. Manners smiled magnanimously at us and walked out of the cafeteria. Even as we tried to ask more questions, the cafeteria door swung shut behind him, leaving us in a pregnant, uneasy silence. Amy scooted even closer to me, her green eyes peering at me from beneath her shards of pink hair. "I am scared," she said in a small voice. "I know," I said. "Me too." I slept with Amy again that night. Not like that, of course. I was still taking the floor. That may seem like a raw deal, but remember, I was used to sleeping on concrete with nothing but cardboard for comfort. Besides, I wanted to keep her safe. We walked side by side to breakfast the next morning. Despite the horror, despite Carlos's screams, I couldn't help feeling this incredible warmth when I was in Amy's presence. It was that kind of feeling that couldn't be sucked out of me by the oppressive fluorescent lights. It could, however, be utterly demolished by Jamal. "I knew it!" he yelled with glee from behind us. We turned and glared. "What?" I snapped. "Y'all's getting it on," he mocked. Jamal started dancing, slow thrusts in his pelvis as he sang. "When I get that feeling, I need, sexual healing. You are such an asshole, Jamal." Amy barked, but her cheeks were red with embarrassment. "Now I am just fucking with you," he said through his grin. "Come on, y'all, who's hungry?" The three of us entered the cafeteria. I felt like Dorothy, from The Wizard of Oz. We're all just walking down the yellow brick road, and sure, there might be a wicked witch waiting for us, but hell, she was vulnerable to water, and at the end I could click my ruby slippers together and go home to a nice place on a farm. It was a nice thought, one I hoped would last. But as I sat down with my food, I could feel the question hovering over us all, almost as tangible as the fluorescent lights before us. Who didn't get the pill this morning? Billy just stared at his food, his hands in his lap, the corners of his mouth turned downward in an almost comical frown. I tried to ask, but the words died in my mouth. "Hey, Billy, you, The eyes that looked back at me carried the weight of condemnation with them. He didn't part his lips to speak. He shook his head before looking down at his bowl of cereal. Daniel's face screwed itself up into a look of disgust. "Who gives a fuck, Billy? So what? I didn't get any pills this morning, either." We all gaped at Daniel. "Don't look at me like that. I think little Miss Pinkhair over here has it right. They're just fucking with us. And these pills, they're gonna stop giving us pills, and we're gonna see some spooky fucking, and that's it. And if the experiment, give me my money, and leave me the fuck alone." What Daniel said," Billy said, motioning with his fork. His voice sounded defeated, though, and his features were solemn. Jamal, sensing Billy's dismay, threw an arm around his shoulder. "Don't worry, man. We got you." Then he turned his gaze to Daniel and said, "We got you both. Even if you don't want it, you cranky bastard." Daniel snorted in disgust. "You want to do me a favor?" he grunted as he stood and carried his tray over to the disposal receptacle. "Get me a fucking burger." Now that Jamal had received his pill again, he seemed revitalized and rededicated to the common room. He dragged a chair up beside Daniel and Billy's usual spot and started to watch the movies with them. Hell, he wasn't just watching. He was hosting, picking which movies would be next, and taking care to watch only comedies. Jamal's laughter filled the common room, drowning out nearly all other noise. Eventually, Carla took a romance novel back to her room. Meanwhile, Amy and I developed the habit of waiting until Jamal took a breath before either of us tried to speak. Jamal's efforts, Billy continued to look more and more worried, and Daniel seemed to grow crankier midway through their first movie after lunch. Billy stood up and muttered, "Screw this," shaking his head. He stalked out of the room. Daniel looked sideways at Jamal, snorted, and followed after. Jamal rose to his feet, looked plaintively at Amy and me. "I am just trying to help," he said, homeless with a whine. Before either of us could come up with something to say, Jamal plopped down in front of the computer, slammed on the headphones, and started clicking away moodily on the mouse. I am not sure what the allure of the computer was for Jamal. We had no internet, but still, that had become his safe place down here. I looked at Amy. "Are you all right?" She shook her head. "I don't know. I am scared." I wanted to comfort her, to tell her there was nothing to be scared of, but all that came out of my mouth was, "Me too." Dinner was quiet. We all wore hunted looks on our faces. Even Jamal, who had made such a great show of being cheerful earlier, was now pushing around the brown rice on his plate with no intention of putting any of it in his mouth. No one looked worse than Billy. But this thick southern drawl was usually upbeat and quick to smile. Now he just stared at his food, his brown eyes dark and low. I wanted to give him solace, to assure him everything would be okay. That would just be another lie. A part of me knew that he would be the next to die. If there was anyone at the table that didn't seem bothered by recent events, it was Daniel. The slight look of disdain that always graced his features was still there, but no more than usual, as he scooped forkful after forkful into his mouth. When he had scraped his plate clean, he looked over at Billy and asked, "You gonna eat that?" Almost imperceptibly, Billy shook his head. I don't think it would have mattered, as Daniel was already scooting the tray in front of him. "Hey," Amy scolded. "What?" Daniel said. "I am hungry." When this was met with the disapproving look from Amy, Daniel added, "Easy there, kitten. If this is going to be my last meal, I am going to have my fill." I could feel the anger vibrating off Amy, and I knew she wanted to do something. I placed a hand on hers and just shook my head. After a moment, her eyes fell upon me, and I could see the rage within them burning, but only on the surface. Beneath, there was something stronger, something infesting her like a disease. Fear. There were no more words spoken at dinner, and one by one, we quietly dumped our trays and left the cafeteria. Amy and I were the last two to leave. "Do you want to?" she started to say before the words slipped into silence, and her eyes dropped to her feet, my heart slamming against my chest. Somewhere I felt ashamed. We were down here in the heart of fear, and I was thinking about my dick. How pathetic. Besides, I knew that wasn't what she was asking for. She wanted to feel safe. I could understand that. I wanted to feel safe too. Without forcing her to finish the question, I nodded. I felt her slip her small, slender hand on my own, and we went to bed. So why am I putting this in here? Some might say it isn't important. When you are done reading, maybe you won't think so. I don't know. But it seems to me, after seeing everything that I've seen, that survival isn't enough, even in the face of the end of the world. In the face of evils not yet imagined, maybe, just maybe, love is important. When you are done reading this, remember, love is important sitting on the floor of Amy's cell wasn't as bad as you might think. Remember, I've slept on worse things than a soft carpet with a decent blanket and a fluffy pillow. We chatted for a while in the dark. Nothing about the compound or the experiment, but instead silly things, dreams and impossibilities. What we wanted to do when we got out of here. She wanted to go to Europe. I just wanted to find a job and buy a little house somewhere out of the city, away from all the concrete and sirens. Sleep came. I am not sure when it happened or where we were in our conversation. It just happened as it often does. What I do remember is that the lights were still off until the screams filled our ears and shocked us awake. "What the hell?" Amy hissed. "Billy," I barked. Her shins connected with my spine before I felt her hands reach for me and help pick me up off the floor. Hand in hand, we left her cell and entered the main hallway. It was filled with the sound of Billy's terror, the footsteps of the remaining subjects, and the opaque blackness. I could hear Jamal say, "No, man, that's Billy. What the fuck?" There was crying, too. At first I thought it was Amy, but it was too far away. Then I realized it must have been Carla. All of a sudden the screams grew louder, punctuated by the sound of a door swinging open and slamming shut. Footsteps accompanied the wailing as the cacophony grew nearer. "Billy," I cried. "Billy, what's going on? Are you okay?" Somewhere close by I heard, "You are," Billy's voice. He had gone beyond fear, beyond panic. "They aren't what they say they are," he said, his voice on the verge of cracking. "Don't trust them." "What the hell do you mean?" I asked. I felt sick. I felt like I wanted to vomit, to purge the darkness from within, but the warmth of Amy's hand bolstered me, forcing me to keep my composure. Billy began, but there was another sound of footsteps in the corridor with us, strange and alien. They clacked and hissed, a sound completely different from the soft pads of our crept soles. It was what I imagined a lizard would sound like, all scales and talons. Billy screamed louder, and I could hear him, feel him almost, as he ran further down the hall, the strange clacking footsteps galloping after him. "We got it. Do something," Jamal murmured. I listened as Daniel scoffed. "Yeah, like what, man? Fruit you, Daniel, you fucking piece of shit." Amid the screams, I heard another set of footsteps, longer, belonging to someone tall and in decent shape. Jamal's. The remaining four of us waited, unable to see, only to listen to the noises as they grew further away. I don't believe in God. I think when I lost my job and was thrust out into the streets, I lost my faith. Nevertheless, amid the diminishing sounds of screams and footsteps, I started praying. I am not sure what I was praying for or who I was praying to. In truth, I think I was just asking someone to make all this stop, and it did stop. For a moment, at least, there was silence. The kind of silence that is almost thick enough to reach out and touch. The kind of silence that buzzes in your ear. I had just started to convince myself that everything was going to be okay when I heard Billy scream louder than ever before. Abruptly, the scream died, replaced by a whispered, gurgling noise that filled the corridor with dread. "Oh no, you fuck don't," we heard Jamal shout. I allowed myself to feel hope at this new development. But then I heard Jamal's voice change in pitch, high and shrill and filled with horror. "No," he cried. "No, no, no, no." We waited for his scream, knowing it would come. It never did. There was silence. The four of us waited in the corridor, Amy now pressed to my side and shivering. We waited for something, anything. But minutes passed, maybe hours. In all, we were met with continued thick silence. I don't know how much time passed, but eventually I heard Daniel's trademark grunt before he sneered, "I am going back to bed." No one wished him good night. "See you for breakfast if you make it." Carla, sniffing, padded away, leaving myself and Amy alone in the hallway. She trembled against my body, and my free hand sought her shoulder to comfort her. I could feel her shake her head against my chest. "Let's just get to bed, okay?" I nodded, realizing she couldn't see this. "Yeah, okay." I went to take my position lying on the ground when she called my name. "Can you please come up here? Please." Under any other conditions, I might have been aroused, but the both of us were too scared, too traumatized by what we heard. I crawled into bed with her, amazed by how small, how thin and vulnerable she felt as she burrowed against me. We didn't talk, as though words would bring the horrors we just experienced back to life. Instead, we just lay there, feeling each other's breath, each other's pulse, taking whatever comfort we could in knowing that both of us were still alive. Somehow, we both fell asleep. I awoke to see Amy standing in her coveralls and staring at the edge of her desk. I hoisted myself up onto my elbow. "Nests, Amy. What's wrong?" When she turned, her eyes were red and wide with fright. Then, stepping aside, she revealed that her desk was bare. "They didn't give me my pill," she said, her voice hollow. I flew to her, my hands cupping her face. "It's okay. Hey, look, this is me, all right? It's okay. I am not going to let anything happen to you. No, please don't cry. Amy, sweetheart, don't." She turned away, her face streaked with tears, her jaw clenched. "You should check. See if your pill came," she said coldly. "Only if you come with me," I said softly. She folded her arms across her chest, and for a moment I thought she would refuse. But without looking at me, she curtly nodded her head. We navigated the stark white halls back to my cell. It was funny how barren it looked, the bed stripped down to the mattress, a clean pair of coveralls folded neatly on my chair. I wondered how long they had been there. I hadn't stayed here 2 nights in a row now. These details melted, however, as both Amy and I looked to the corner of my desk. There, in the same kind of plastic cup that comes with the cough syrup, was a little white pill the size and shape of a Tic Tacs. "You take it," I said. I meant to. Amy scowled at me. "Fuck you," she spat. "Fuck me?" I asked, incredulous. "What the hell do you mean? Take the pill." "No," she shouted. "I don't want what happened to Carlos and Billy to happen to you," I shouted back. "You think I want that to happen to you," she said. Her voice had dropped from a shout into something of a plea as her eyes, pink and bloodshot, swam in a pool of embryonic tears. "Amy, I don't," I began to protest. But Amy held up a hand, picked up the cup with her other hand. Even in her fear and sadness, she was so pretty. Even in her fear and sadness, she was so pretty. Even as she brought the cup up to my lips, with fingers of bone china and eyes I could despair into, I was helpless to her will. My mouth opened. She tipped the pill onto my tongue. I swallowed. I could feel myself crying even as the strange medicinal pressure of the pill worked its way down my esophagus. Through tears, she smiled at me and kissed my lips, the tender touch like a whisper. We walked hand in hand into the cafeteria where Daniel and Carla were already eating. Well, Daniel was eating. Carla was crying softly as she stared into a bowl of oatmeal. Daniel met our questioning looks. "No pill," he said in explanation as he hooked a thumb in Carla's direction. "You are an a-hole, Daniel," Amy snapped. "Yeah, but I am a living at-hole here," he retorted. Carla continued to stir her oatmeal. Amy and I shared a look. Both of us wanted to say something to comfort the ancient woman. But what could we say? Everyone who was not given pills so far had disappeared, except for Daniel. From beyond her mass of wiry red hair, Carla hissed, "I can't do this anymore, Carla." I tried, but she slammed her spoon into the bowl, and chunks of oatmeal sprayed outward in a dull grayish-brown fountain. "They're killing us," she barked. "What the hell do you think they chose us for, huh? Because we're healthy? Because we're the right age group? No, they picked us because no one gives a fuck if a few beggars on the street go missing. No one's gonna notice. To hear is no family to tell." Her words rang through the cafeteria, harsh and cold, then true. In their wake, she looked down in a whisper and shuddered. "We're all so stupid." Ami and I both gaped, our jaws unhinged. Only Daniel kept eating, unperturbed. Slowly, Carla shook her head. "I am done with this experiment," she declared. Carla deliberately rose and pushed the tray away from her. Her jaw stuck out. She definitely strode to the door of the cafeteria. Amy and I glanced at each other before quickly scuttling after her. Behind me, I could hear Daniel chuckling sardonically, and in that moment I hated him more than I had hated any other person I had ever met. We followed Carla's compact frame and thick, unkempt ginger braid as she twisted and snaked through the labyrinth of white halls. It soon became apparent that she was heading for the control room we entered at the beginning of the trial. At the end of the long corridor were a pair of white double doors set in the far wall. Carla marched toward them, arms swinging defiantly. Beside me, I could sense Amy's pink hair in her trepidation. As Carla reached for the doors, she started pounding. "You won't be up," she ordered. "You open up, you sons of bitches, and you let me out." "Carla," I heard Amy call after her. "Carla, sweetie, come with us, okay?" Amy's words rang hollow and unanswered. "You will let me the fuck out of this thing right now," Carla demanded. "I am not going to sit down here and let you fucking murder me. You let me out right goddamn now." Carla kept wailing at the doors. When her fists didn't force them open, she started kicking at them. I reached for her shoulder and thought better of it, unwilling to test the tempest of her rage. She screamed at the doors over and over again until the corridor was flooded with a calm, soothing voice. It was Dr. Brooke. "The subject will cease her assault on the control room door immediately, or what you fucking bitch," Carla shouted at her. Her face was upturned as though the voice came from the ceiling. "Or what you tell me, you goddamn bitch." Carla went back to attacking the double doors. "The subject will refrain from accosting the control room doors. Failure to do so will result in pacification by security forces," Dr. Brooks' voice said in a cool, unimpassioned voice. "Fuck you," Carla bellowed. Her voice was hoarse and raspy. "Go fuck yourself, you stupid bitch," she railed. Now she was trying to dig her fingers into the hairline fracture between the doors. "Deploying security measures now," Dr. Brooke informed us. The doors flew open. "That's better," we heard Carla say before the darkness beyond was filled with 4 figures in white coveralls like ours. At least they seemed like ours at first glance, but they were bulkier with some sort of body armor sewn into the fabric. They wore helmets and black, opaque visors. They were followed by Dr. Lucas Harlan and Dr. Manor. Both men were smiling easily, the same smiles they wore on the day we arrived. In Lucas Harlan's right hand, he held a syringe, its contents thick and black and dirty, somehow reminding me of motor oil for how his smile did not reach his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Carla. She lunged at the 2 doctors, a throaty, primal cry pealing throughout the white halls. Before she could reach them, the men in helmeted armor converged upon her, holding her in place. Dr. Manor spoke. "I am going to ask you once. Please return to your normal activities. We have been pleased with the results of this experiment up until this point and beseech you to continue your exemplary work." He showed no emotion, no reaction to the raging woman before him. "Fuck you. You let me go right fucking now." Carla spat as she struggled against her captors. Dr. Manor's smile didn't twitch as he held a hand up and motioned toward the syringe in Lucas Harlan's hand. "Do you happen to know what this is? I'm assuming you don't." "It's a chemical cocktail. Pentobarbital sodium thiopental. It's the same solution used for euthanizing household pets." "Let me go," Carla insisted. Dr. Manor continued as though he hadn't hurt her a single millimeter. 1 milliliter is all that is required to put down a small dog. My colleague's syringe is currently holding 20. What that means is that if he were to inject this into you right now, you would die. Is this clear? Carla shook and pulled at the men restraining her, her knees bending as though she were a 4-year-old trying to throw herself onto the floor. Her words devolved into repeating cries of, "Go, I want to go." "This is unfortunate," Dr. Manor said, despite the smile never leaving his face. Carla didn't even seem aware of what was going on around her anymore. "I told you," she said. "I told you never again. You ain't laying hands on me, never again. I told you next time I am putting a knife on you, you fucking bastard. And that's what I am gonna do. I am gonna fucking kill you. You don't let me go, you understand? I am going to fucking kill you, you piece of shit. Now let me go." Dr. Manor shifted his attention to the anonymous men. "Please detain the subject for the injection." Despite Carla's struggles, her small frame was hoisted upright and rigid. Let me go, let me go. Dr. Lucas Harlan, if you would be so kind, Dr. Manor said as he motioned toward Carla with his well-manicured hand. Dr. Lucas Harlan nodded and approached Carla. No, no, I'll be good, I promise. I am sorry, you are right. You are the king of the castle. I am stupid. I was wrong. I am sorry. Carla's screams had turned into moans as her head shook violently from side to side. Please hold the subject's head still, Dr. Manor instructed, and one of the men moved behind her and gripped her by the head. I am sorry, Daddy. I'll be a good girl. I promise. You can do whatever you want. I won't tell anyone. Just please don't hit me again, Carla pleaded. By the time Dr. Lucas Harlan held the needle against Carla's skin, she seemed no longer capable of words. Her voice formed nothing more than scared, pained moans. We watched as the cold metal of the needle disappeared into her withered skin, brittle and leathery. Carla was whimpering now. Lucas Harlan pushed in the plunger. The black liquid disappeared 1 milliliter at a time until there was nothing left. The noises she made after were unlike anything I had ever heard, the sound of a life of pain and sadness ending in misery. It sounded like she was trying to form words, but all that came out was sorrow, and then there was nothing. Her body went limp, and we all knew she was gone. Dr. Manor nodded at the men that held her upright, and without a word they carried her through the double doors into the darkness beyond. The 2 doctors stayed behind. We apologize for this inconvenience and encourage you to enjoy the rest of your day, Dr. Manor said, his smile as gracious as ever. Stunned, no one said a thing as the 2 men turned their backs on us and disappeared, closing the doors behind them. All remaining test subjects will recommence their regular daily activities, Dr. Brooks' voice said. When Amy and I failed to move from our spot, the voice repeated, all remaining test subjects will recommence their regular daily activities or face termination. I looked at Amy. Amy, when we started this thing, she seemed so confident, so sure of herself. Amy was the product of the streets, of the worst life had to throw at anyone. She was tough, smart, and resilient. Now she was barely able to hold herself together. I slipped an arm around her shoulders and held her close. Come on, I said, trying desperately not to cry. Let's go. I could feel her head nodding against my chest as we ambled away from Carla. We ambled away from her ghost. The rest of the day passed in relative silence. Daniel watched his movies, chuckling every now and then, his laughter, the sound of pebbles scraping against each other. Meanwhile, Amy didn't have anything to say. I wanted to talk, to find some way to ease her fears, but the words just weren't there. We tried playing video games for a while, but she seemed unable or unwilling to use her controller. Eventually, I took the controller from her and led her to the recliner, where we watched movies, Amy sitting on the arm of the chair and leaning against me as my arm wrapped around her waist. I guess we both knew what was coming. We just figured there wasn't any point in talking about it. It was almost as though if we pretended the horror wasn't real, it might never come. Maybe if we didn't talk, and we didn't think, night wouldn't come. If we did it just right, there wouldn't be the darkness, and the screams, and the blossoms of crimson blood spreading against the white backdrop, regardless of how hard we tried, though dinner came. Amy didn't talk because she didn't get a pill that morning. I didn't talk because I was afraid of losing her. Daniel didn't talk, I guess because he knew neither of us wanted to hear fuck. I wish we would have talked, though. Without the conversation, even Daniel's bullshit dinner came and went too fast. And the next thing we knew, we were facing another lights out. It'd been days since Daniel had received his pills, and tonight would be Amy's first night without it. As I dumped my tray in the disposal receptacle, I knew that someone was going to die that night. Daniel smirked evilly at us as Amy and I walked hand in hand out of the cafeteria. By now, it had become routine for me not to even bother stopping by myself, instead heading straight for Amy's. I am ashamed to admit, though, At least to some degree, I didn't want to go. Somehow Daniel had found the formula. You'd figure out how to carry on with Scary Toe. I entertained the thought of asking Daniel, but knowing the man as well as I did, I figured he'd just tell me to fuck off. Ami, on the other hand, I didn't want to think about it. I wish I could turn off that part of me that cared. But the thing was, I knew she was scared and I knew she needed me. So, when she took my hand and guided me back to her cell, I was helpless to resist. We crawled into bed together, me ready to spoon her as we had done the night before. But as I started to get comfortable, I heard her whisper in the dark, small, vulnerable, irresistible, "Make love to me, please." I did. I can't tell you how long it had been since I had been intimate with a woman. Definitely not since I'd been shunted to the streets, where urine and vomit had become all the rage, and the height of fashion was whatever clothes that I could salvage from the local Salvation Army. But Amy, she was taut and alive and melted at my touch. The sensation of being inside her was a revelation, but even that was nothing compared to her kisses, sweet and caring and desperate. I didn't last long the first time, but Amy was understanding, and after a few moments' rest, we went at it again. This time, long and hard, pouring our souls into the act, and so we were both spent, giggling and exhausted, our sweat mingling with our struggling breaths in the perfect dark that wrapped itself around us. I fell asleep with her in my arms. When I woke up, she was gone. "Amy," I said, my eyes bleary with sleep sweeping the room. "Nothing. I checked her bathroom, but it was unused since the night before." "Amy," I said as I left her room and started jogging down the white hallway. Panic boiled in my gut as my jog quickly turned into a sprint. I checked the gym and the common room, but her pink hair and slight frame were nowhere to be seen. I was about to enter the cafeteria, but something turned me away. I am not sure what it was exactly. But as I sit writing this, I think I was just trying to prolong learning the truth. I wasn't ready to face the fact that she was gone out of habit. I padded my way to my cell and opened the door. I sat down on my bed, my eyes falling to my lap. I held her, smelled her, felt her. I loved her. In the kind of life I lived, I hadn't known that kind of love before. And now, as I write this, I am not sure I'll have a chance to know it again. I wanted to cry, somewhere inside, deep in that place untouched by a lifetime of hardships and pain. I did. I loved Amy still. I just want that to be known, even if it doesn't matter to the world. I love her eternally. My eyes fell upon the desk to where the clear plastic cup with the white pill normally sat there waiting for me. And there was nothing there. In my head, I searched my room frantically, overturning the mattress, looking in the bathroom under the desk, sprawled on all fours and studying the carpet for the pill. But I knew better. It wasn't there, numb. I pulled the door closed behind me. "You take the pills to keep them away," that's what they said, but they had stopped giving pills. That part of the experiment was over. I should have been overcome by grief or fear, but by the time I finally pushed my way into the cafeteria, I felt nothing. Daniel sat there slathering a piece of toast with jam, looking as though nothing wrong had happened. How could he dare? "Hey, Amy died last night. Carla died yesterday. Billy and Jamal and Carlos all gone. And here was this fat piece of fucking unconcerned about anything other than making sure he had spread enough jam onto his toast." I stared at him as I slammed my breakfast tray down onto the table. "Your girlfriend's gone, I guess," he smirked. His watery eyes surveyed me, and curling his lips into a half-smile, he continued, "And by the looks of it, someone didn't get his pill this morning. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Fuck you, Daniel," I spat. I looked down at the toast and fruits and cereal that made up my breakfast. "I wasn't hungry. Listen, kid," Daniel said. "I'd gone without pills since the day Billy bought it, okay? Do you know why I'm still here?" "Why?" I asked bitterly. I really didn't want to hear what the old fuck had to say, but if he was going to say it anyway, I might as well play along. Daniel laughed, and I wanted to punch him, because, kid, he said, his jowls stopping, shuddering with laughter. I just don't give a fuck. Listen, I've been out on the streets longer than you've been alive. Before that, I was in the war. I've seen fucking you couldn't dream of. These, whatever the fuck they are, monsters ain't fuck compared to what I've seen. Hell, if they killed me, it'd be a mercy. Maybe they should get on that, I said, bitterness and hatred lacing throughout my words. Daniel nodded. Oh, they will. Trust me on that, kid. Ain't none of us getting out of this alive. He crammed the toast into his mouth and chewed for a little bit, his picky eyes holding me in their gaze the whole time. Finally, after a dramatic swallow, he spoke again. But let me tell you something. Daniel leaned in close, his voice dropping to a whisper. You are gonna see some fucking, kid, and it don't stop. What the fuck off Jamal was saying earlier, you are gonna see the shadows move, but it gets worse. Way worse, you know. I saw what Billy got. I shook my head. Daniel nodded. Yeah, he said. Billy's room was right next to mine, and when he started screaming, I looked out my door just like all you idiots, Billy. Well, he just took off running down the hall, and I saw this thing scurrying after him, low like an animal. What did it look like? I asked. Daniel shrugged. Hard to say, he said, finally, with a plastic knife. He started to spread a glob of jam over another piece of toast. But I'll tell you what I did see. Slither around the corner, pale as the moon. I saw this. Well, I am not exactly sure what it was, but it looked like the tail of a snake. It was sharp, but it slithered, you know. I could see the image in my head, the dark, an amorphous shape skittering after Billy, good-natured Billy, so quick to laugh, and I could see the tail, sharp and thin and slick, sliding along the white tiles bathed in black, salmon like parchment, slipping along the parchment white floor with a terminal nod. Daniel said, That's what the end looks like, kid. Shadows and snake tails. He winked. I mumbled something about him being a miserable old fuck as I took my tray to the disposal receptacle and marched out of the cafeteria, without sparing the man so much as a glance. That day was impossibly long. I missed Amy. It was surprising how boring the compound could be without her small frame nudged against mine, her welcoming scent filling my nostrils. I missed the little jokes we told to pass the time and the contests we had playing video games. I missed how she made this compound not feel like it was the end, but she was gone, as was Carla and her romance novels, Billy and his good humor, Carlos and his quiet stoicism. I missed Jamal. Of all the people I could have been stuck in this compound with alone, it had to be fucking Daniel. Daniel spent the day in his usual chair, watching black and white movies and cackling at the scenes as whatever was happening was particularly funny. At lunch, he tried to strike up a conversation, but I just ignored him. Daniel could go fuck himself for all I cared. I worked out, and I tried to find a decent book to read the whole time. Lights Out loomed before me, this dark, intangible thing bearing the promise of death, with fangs and talons, and tails like those of a snake. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't push that image from my mind. Dinner came, and I had no appetite. In a strange way, I sort of looked forward to Daniel and his fucker routine. Daniel being an asshole was kind of a normalcy that was comforting. But by dinner, Daniel seemed cranky. Gone was the cantankerous old fuckick that didn't give a damn about what was happening. I could see the fear in his eyes. I could see it in the way he fiddled idly with his pasta without really eating it. Screw you, Daniel. You were a tough old fuck up until the point where I needed you to be. We left the cafeteria without saying so much as a word to each other. What was left unspoken was the realization that one of us would not be there in the morning. I went to my room, clicked off the desk lamp, and eventually drifted off to sleep. There were nightmares. I dreamed I was back out on the street, Amy at my side, the both of us taking refuge in an old cardboard box that once housed a refrigerator. Outside our shelter, the people of the night prowled the rain-slick streets, corner dealers, bangers. One by one we listened as they screamed and were snuffled out, a slithering sound smothering their life into silence. Amy and I kissed hard and deep, passionate kisses as though the affection we shared could drown out the death that surrounded us. It didn't. The screams, hard, the bringers of death, drew louder, closer. We just kissed harder, our clothes shedding like the scales of a python, our naked skin sliding against each other. Next thing I knew, we're making love, Amy's nubile form undulating above me as my body jerked and twitched in ecstasy. The chorus of death rose and harmonized with Amy's moans. Why pleasure and terror boiled inside of me, building me to both climax and something primal, a survivalist's instinct. Just as I was about to explode, Amy looked down at me, her eyes wide, her pupils mere black slits like those of a reptile. Her tongue shot out between her lips, long, oily, and black, splitting into two sharp prongs. She looked like she was about to say something when a fist, large, impossibly large, with black talons like saws, wrapped around her waist. Her eyes went wide in horror. She was ripped away from me, her screams filling the night as the sorrow and loss filled my soul. That's when Daniel's voice, rough like a dirt road, cut in. Come on, fuck, come get it. I didn't open my eyes to thick, impenetrable darkness. I had awoken from my dream, but Daniel's voice still called out in his husky voice. Come on, you slithering fuck. I am not afraid of you. I threw off my sheet and blanket, my feet already carrying me to the floor. Down the darkened halls, I followed the sound of Daniel cursing. Somehow, I found it in me to smile. The old fuckache was fighting back, even after watching so many before him die. I hung a sharper right around a corner and saw orange-yellow light spilling from the rectangle of Daniel's doorway. Like I told the kid, I ain't afraid of you. Come on, let's see what you got. I reached Daniel's doorway, but what I saw there made me freeze, something ancient, forcing me still. Somewhere in my evolutionary past, there was a mammal that lived among dinosaurs when it spotted a T. Rex. Something instinctive told it that the only way it could hope to survive was to stay as still as possible. That program somehow had passed on through centuries and eons to me. I watched still as a stone as Daniel taunted the thing before him. It perched on all fours, elbows and knees jutted out at sharp angles like a lizard, also like a lizard. It had a long, thin tail that coiled and slithered like a snake. Its head was aimed at Daniel, and in the glow of the desk lamp, I could see its tongue, pink and grotesque, as it probed the air. Atop its head was a shock of sandy blonde hair, and in that moment, I knew the thing that was between me and Daniel was Dr. Lucas Harlan. Hungry, you slithering fuck? Daniel challenged it. Well, come on then. I am a fucking all-night buffet, you ugly son of a bitch. The lizard-like doctor launched itself at Daniel, its teeth sinking into Daniel's neck. Blood fountained from the point of impact and a crimson mist. Daniel swore and shrieked from the pain. I stood rooted to the floor, immobilized by the horror before me. Red flowers, the blood, blossomed against the white walls and floor, and I stared at them, mesmerized, until Daniel's voice jerked me back into reality. What are you doing, kid? He struggled to say. Get the fuck out of here. That was all I needed. Not knowing where else to run, I sprinted back to my cell, slamming the door shut behind me. In the dark, I reached for the chair beside the desk and worked for a few feverish minutes, jamming it under the doorknob. The whole time I could hear Daniel moaning and nagging. Daniel was dying, and I was doing nothing to help. After I was sure the door was barricaded as much as I could manage, I paced the cell, not sure what to do next. My mind is filled with little more than static when I barked my shin against the bed frame. Without thinking, I turned on my desk lamp. I screamed. On the floor directly in front of me was another lizard thing. This one was slightly smaller than the Lucas Harlan one, and the mane of slick black hair told me that this was Dr. Brooke. Before I could say anything else, she heaved herself up onto her hind legs and covered my mouth. Her hand felt strange against my skin, papery and brittle, but there was a sense of muscle and bone underneath. It felt like she could snap my neck whenever she wanted to. You have to be silent. Her voice sounded strange, not at all like the voice we heard over the announcing system during indoctrination. It was hushed and hoarse. If a salamander could talk, this is what it would sound like. "I am here to help," she said, her strange ancient whisper. "If you don't scream, I'll take my hand away." I nodded, hoping that she would take that for compliance. With relief, I felt her hand slip from my mouth, the talons of her black claws drawing sharp white lines across my skin. "What the fuck is going on?" I asked in a whisper. Dr. Brooke appeared to consider the question, her yellow eyes and oblong pupils directed to the ground for a moment. Finally, she started to explain. "You've been chosen to test the drug. The drug makes it impossible for your kind to detect my kind. My kind have been trying to find a way to walk among your people for a very long time." "What are you?" I asked. "We are ancient," she said. "We've been among you for as long as your history records. Once we were looked upon as gods, then as monsters. When your kind started to develop weapons, we hid, taking to the caves and digging underground. For many centuries we have been feeding off of your weak, your feeble, those you could not miss, but we long for the days when you worshipped us. For many of your kind there could be no satisfaction until the day had come when we could leave the shadows and take our rightful place as the dominant species of this planet. It would have been hard to believe if it weren't for the fact that this was told to me by some lizard woman. Even now, I feel that description is a little unfair. Yes, they had tails like a lizard and walked like lizards, but Brooke's skin wasn't far from ours, pale and free from scales across her whole body, with the latticework of black veins like ivy. Even now, in her true form, her face looked almost the same as it had on the first day. If it weren't for the veins and the reptilian eyes, I wouldn't have been able to tell the difference." "If that's so," I interrupted, "why aren't you trying to eat me?" "Because," she started to answer, "all of my kind agree that we should be the only dominant species. There are many of us that recognize the advances that humans have made, who believe the only way we can continue is by working with your kind, not dominating it." "That's really very nice," I said. I could feel the adrenaline pouring into my system, the desk behind me pressing into my back. "But that still doesn't explain what you are doing here." Dr. Brooks scuttled toward me and impossibly fast. Her forearms reached for the chair and hoisted her up until she was face to face with me. "You can tell the story," she explained. "You can stay alive until those who are like me come to rescue you." "I hate to tell you this," I said, repulsed by her up close. She didn't look human at all. Her face was too pale and rubbery, her intense eyes somehow alien. "But I didn't get a pill today. I think that means I am on the menu very soon." Dr. Brooke held out one of her 4 limbs. Despite her reptilian form, her 4 limbs still ended in a human hand. Resting on the palm were a small number of pills. "What do these pills do anyway?" I asked as I scooped the pills into my hand, sliding back down to all 4s, Dr. Brooks said. "They prevent you from being able to see our true form. So why would I want to take them then?" "Because they are toxic to us. For as long as the pill is in your system, we can't eat you," she explained matter-of-factly. "That then stopped them from killing Jamal or Carla," I spat bitterly. They put the experiment at risk, Dr. Brooks said. They may be alive now if they hadn't intervened. Fart, I spat. There is no need to if you want to stay alive. You'll take the pills, she interrupted. They'll keep them away until the others arrive. And when will that be? I asked. Soon, she said. I hope. I opened my mouth to ask another question, but I felt her hand cover my mouth again. No more questions, Dr. Brooks said. I can't stay, or else I'll be discovered. Take the pills and write down what has happened here, just in case. In case of what? I asked, dread numbing whatever bravado had been stirred within me. In case my allies are too late, Dr. Brooks said grimly with that. She returned to all fours and skittered to the door. She gave me one last look. Despite her reptilian form, in that gaze I could see both hope and despair battling each other. She turned the doorknob. I looked down at the palm of my hand. 6 pills. That Dr. Brooke was wrong. If she didn't have any allies, whatever it was, just lying, I had 6 days to live. The soft click. Dr. Brooke turned the knob, opening the door, and slithered out into the hallway. Emotionally exhausted, I collapsed to the floor. I vaguely remember popping a pill in my mouth and swallowing it hard. This was beyond anything I could imagine. It couldn't be true, could it? There, just now, but even as I was rejecting what had just happened, the things I had just seen, I heard a voice just outside my door. Dr. Brooke, came Dr. Manners' voice. What a surprise to see you down here. It isn't your turn in the rotation, is it? No, Dr. Manner, she said. I could hear the worry in her voice. I was just observing the progress of the experiment, and why is that, I wonder? Dr. Manner said he sounded amused. I am a new doctor. I am just trying to learn, Dr. Brooke explained. Save it, Dr. Manner said coldly. I know you were working with them. A sound like a sword being removed from its sheath slipped under the door and filled my ears. Choking noises followed, along with a sound like rain, wet, splattering against the ground. Moments later, my door swung open to reveal the handsome form of Dr. Manner. He said, You are still awake. You should get your rest. We still have lots of testing to do. Fear froze me in place as I gawked at him. He was the same tall, gaunt self, dressed impeccably beneath his lab coat. His salt and pepper hair was slicked back neatly, yet underneath it all, I knew what he really was. I knew about the black talons, about the slithering tail. What was worse was by the way he looked at me. He also knew. The week that followed was torture. There was no one to eat meals with, no one to play video games with. Daniel and Billy were no longer at their chairs watching old movies and chuckling the way old men do. I missed Jamal and his infectious optimism, and even Carla and the way she curled up with her romance novels. I missed Amy. I missed the way she smelled, the way her tawny body felt against mine. They were all gone instead. The only companions I had were Dr. Lucas Harlan and Dr. Manner. And yes, I saw them quite often. Every day, they came to these sterile halls and asked how I was getting on. They wanted to know if I liked the food, or if the pills were causing any adverse effects. This morning, at breakfast, Dr. Manner even sat down and ate with me. He asked about my upbringing and how I had come to be homeless. He asked about Amy, like he didn't know. I'll hate that bastard beyond the grave for that. He asked about the pills. How many do you have left? He asked us as he popped a grape into his mouth. Plenty, I lied. Even as I said it, my hands dug into my pockets to confirm that I had taken my last pill just an hour earlier, before breakfast. Dr. Manner smiled. I know you are lying, he said. And then, as he went to throw his breakfast tray into the disposal receptacle, he shot over his shoulder. I'll be seeing you, and very soon. This notepad is almost empty now. I think I got everything. I am sorry if I missed anything. It's almost morning, or at least whatever we have come to know as this morning. I've been down here so long, I am not sure when the sun actually comes up. I do know the last pill will be wearing off soon, and someone will be coming. I just hope it's the right someone. Echoes of the tundra. I work in Barrow, Alaska. Yeah, I am aware that sounds exciting, and it truly is, but it's a difficult job with taxing hours. We were sent to the middle of the Arctic tundra with 1,000 miles of snow and ice on all sides. We worked a solid 7 to 5, and with a lack of recreation, we typically did 18-hour days. However, we do have slow satellite Wi-Fi, which is what keeps me sane during the long days, regardless. All this wasn't the problem. The problem was the sheer atmosphere of oppression. The whole place just didn't feel right. Most of the facility is subterranean. We've covered heaters atop the roof and an entrance into a cement stairwell. The bunker is what you'd expect. A gray concrete square with men's and women's bunking areas and a few couples' rooms. A large bathroom facility with shower and toilet stalls, plus 3 labs and a fully stocked cafeteria, all with no windows. There was also a medical bay and 2 rooms with couches for therapy. After the double-section entrance was the re-room. He had a pool table and bar. The wall was knotty pine wood paneling like from the 70s. The rooms were all attached by a long, dingy hallway, including 2 offices with desks and chairs. I spent most of my time there. Atop the station was an observation deck reachable with a ladder, with the windows where we could see and hear the outdoors. But we usually only went up to smoke, since it was nearly always as cold as the outside. The whole place was poorly lit, fluorescent lights and a few lamps in corners, but overall, it looked like a dingy green underground cement hell. Outside is exactly what you would expect from the Alaskan Arctic. Snow for hundreds of miles in all directions. If you have a fear of open water, it feels like that, except you have to walk in it. I was a little surprised as to why they invited so many on this particular expedition. There were 12 of us in total. Usually 6 would suffice all professionals in our fields. However, the range of work each of us did was surprising. Typically, it would be a singular field of study to accomplish a common goal. But on this expedition, there were several different professions. The first was an older Texan gentleman, our medical doctor, who was skilled in healing injuries in frozen climates. The next was a physicist who really was a surprise to us to be in Barrow, for their work is often theoretical, and when in practice requires a team in and of itself. The next 2 were a Colorado husband and wife team, both geologists. There were 3 men in their 30s for maintenance and driving, specialized in sub-zero conditions and masters in any repair field. Also, there was a biologist, a young black lady, who wore her hair in a bun and kept her lab coat on at all times inside. She was all work, no play. Then there were even 2 therapists. Yes, 2 therapists. The first is what you'd expect, a middle-aged lady with blonde bangs and a clipboard, always wearing a warm smile. The other, well, he was a tall, lanky fella. He was gaunt, and his hair was jet black. Honestly, I had no idea why he would be a therapist. I myself was intimidated. Do you even say hello to him? I never saw anyone join him in therapy unless he specifically asked them. I usually tried to avoid him. There was another man who I assumed was a cook, until I saw we had to make our own meals. He was an odd, mousy-looking fellow. We didn't speak to anyone, and when I tried, he would simply ignore me. I maintained that he would be my favorite person on this expedition, since he kept 100% to himself me. I was the chaplain. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. There are half a dozen professionals here, so why do they need a chaplain? Well, I didn't think it made sense, but when I was contacted by the organization funding the trip, I didn't argue. They were offering a lot of money, and in my line of work, that is a rarity. The expedition was to be 6 months, and we were to each conduct specific experiments. I don't know what the others were assigned, but I was to journal on the religious implications of the expedition and provide any counsel for all the other participants on the trip of any sect or faith. The counsel assignment I did not have a problem with, but the journaling, that's the kind of thing college freshmen journal about in Theology 101, hey? The way I was getting paid, so I sucked it up and spent the rest of my free time downloading movies and games to pass the long hours in between counseling. Surprisingly, a lot of people came to me for religious discussion. I won over the maintenance guys when I cracked open a beer with them and talked Catholicism on the old re-room couch. I am a Protestant minister, so they were a little standoffish at first. We became fast friends, and even though I couldn't bless them or give a confession, I think it helped me stress to feel like they could disclose matters of faith, as well as just have a fun conversation. By the way, I got along well with everyone. After enough time, the physicist was a staunch atheist, so we played pranks on each other frequently. I would hide his laptop out of easy reach, blaring, "Oh Jesus, take the wheel," and he would wake me up half the day with "No church in the wild." I considered him my second best friend in the compound, even though that song did give me chills when I thought about how far away we were from civilization. My best friend was the old man. He was always in the rec room when I was, and he never spoke. He wore an orange hoodie and jeans indoors, and always seemed like he was drinking alone at the dimly lit makeshift bar. I thought nothing of it, since our schedules were all different, and I could absolutely condone drinking yourself senseless in a place like this. It was lonely most days. We did our own thing at our own stations, often eating lunch there, frozen meals, or Mries usually. I did spend quite some time talking with the doctor. He was a Buddhist, so we spent many mornings meditating in his medical station under the buzzing fluorescent lights. He said that the place gave him an odd feeling. It was hard to be centered here in this cement brick buried in the snow. It did get to me after a while. When I was alone and the lights were quiet, I swear I could hear whispering. After one particular incident where I swore I heard clear words, I started wearing headphones. They helped quite a bit with filling my ears with noise and blocking out the outside world. Once a week, supplies were dropped in from the coastal base hundreds of miles away. We restocked the cigarettes, whiskey, and other non-essentials like food and water. I say that to point out whoever was paying for this was dropping serious money. I never met the main client. Rather, I was contacted through their representatives. Apparently the man funding it was very wealthy, very driven, and very religious. He was highly invested in this expedition. He wanted success, but no one knew his goal with this ordeal that he was funding. Also, once a week we would go out in the snow over a giant RV that could ride over the snow and ice. We would take samples of the ice and examine a previous dig site from the last crew. I could not imagine the crew that had come all the way out here to build the facility, but I bet they got paid crazy money. Some days, we would all just go to get out and see the sun. We couldn't leave during a blizzard, but most days, only the necessary crew for the excavation would go. Whenever we went, we had to wear a harness attached by rope to the SUV to avoid slipping down the ice and being injured. We could only go once a week due to the outside conditions and distance to the dig site. I mention both of these to say that we were alone out here, and if a plane came Monday, then we had 7 days until it returned. Then was the first big shift. It was exactly 2 months in the base. The team who left that day were the geologists, the biologists, with one maintenance man to drive and man the harnesses. They left in good spirits and remained at the site for hours. However, they returned shaken. They burst in the door while I was in the re-room with a therapist, and we immediately noticed the fear in their eyes. The lady geologist ran to the couple's room without saying a word. Her husband chased after, calling her name. We asked what had happened and noticed the biologist was crying. The other therapist entered the room like a ghost and, without a word, ushered her into his office and closed the door. The doctor burst in and boomed, "What the hell is going on?" "I don't know," said the first therapist. She was anxious, as was I. "Where's Jack, the maintenance worker who drove the SUV?" "Or wait, W, here is the car," I inquired, opening the door to the outside. I saw nothing but our flag, a long set of footprints, and miles of ice gleaming in the sunlight. We sat for what felt like hours in the rec room, all of us who didn't go on the field expedition. That is, the others were in the therapist's office. Panicked voices could be heard behind the door. Finally, they all exited. The geologists went to their room without saying a word. The biologist sat in one of the empty folding chairs. The therapist took a seat behind her, hands on the back of the seats. She'd clearly been crying since she'd returned. "We got there ahead of schedule," she started, gathering her composure. "At the dig site we arrived at 0700 instead of 8, so we got to work early. But first, all was fine. Jack was in the SUV, minding the harnesses. I was chiseling away at a small patch of ice when I heard the others call from below. We all looked at her, hanging on her every shaking word. She continued, "I slid down to the base of the hole about 30 meters down. I think they had struck a hard surface. We all dug together and poured out a massive lockbox. Immediately we assumed it was left from the last dig, but the design was old. It looked like something from World War II. It was heavy and sealed shut. We tugged the rope to signal Jack, but there was no response. We started calling out for him, but he never called back. We couldn't see him from our vantage point. So after a solid 10 minutes of screaming, we made our way up a hill using our tools. We used an extra length of cord to pull the box up. Oh, it took all 3 of us, but we got it up. When we reached the top, Jack was nowhere to be found. We searched the perimeter for well over an hour, but without maximum visibility, we couldn't have seen him. We checked for holes in the ice and sizes of footprints, but his earlier tracks never left the side of the SUV. We loaded the box in the back and kept searching. We noticed something then, something we absolutely should have seen already. When we climbed atop the vehicle for a better vantage point, we saw a massive single message in the snow 1. We looked at her in disbelief, the mutual feeling of sympathy emanating. "I could have searched better, people tend to have." She started tearing up again. We panicked, we drove away, but none of us can operate a vehicle designed for snow and ice. We crashed into a massive pothole about a mile south of here. We left the car and walked back. The find is still there, and Jack is somewhere in that deserted wasteland. After this, she broke down in sobs and left for the dorm. Jack hadn't answered a single radio call or even made an attempt at reaching us. The dig site was an hour's drive from our base, and we were thousands of miles from any other researchers. We were essentially powerless to do anything. "First things first," said one of the other repairmen. "We need to get our ride back." He suited up. Then he and the other maintenance worker left on a snowmobile designed for short distances. Now, I don't know how they did it, but they managed to bring the SUV back safely in less than an hour. By now, it was getting dark, and the search for Jack would be too dangerous to continue tonight. We didn't sleep that night. The odd man didn't even come to bed. He just wandered the halls drinking. I lay there listening to music to drown out the sounds of silent sobs coming from down the hall. Yes, this concrete slab, this tomb in the middle of a frozen dead zone. We were completely and utterly alone. The doctor remarked before bed, "If Jack is still alive, he may be better off out there." The next morning, we set out, all of us, except the 2 therapists and the odd man who I assumed was sleeping off a hangover. We dragged the lockbox out of the vehicle and laid it in the room. We loaded up and decided to deal with opening it later. We searched the dig site and surrounding area until evening and turned up nothing. The message in the snow was nowhere to be found, and there had been no snowfall that night. We found no tracks, no signs, no body, no anything. We returned, depressed and feeling responsible for our missing companion. When we returned, however, we were greeted by an odd sight. A jet on the snow, a ski-fitted jet, and not like the crappy junk plane that had dropped us off. No, this was an expensive private jet. We entered the facility to the sounds of loud, booming laughter. A short, bald man with a white goatee sat in the rec room with the shrinks. He was smoking a cigar and wore a very nice suit. Two very large men in sunglasses stood on either side of the door. We were slightly stunned. "Well," the man said in a thick southern drawl, turning to us, "if it ain't the rest of the party who..." I was cut short. "Allow me to introduce myself." He stood, extending his ringed hand. "Oh, pleased to meet y'all finally." We took turns awkwardly introducing ourselves, realizing this must be the guy in charge. He invited us into the cafeteria to have an official meeting. This was the second weird shift in the trend. He offered condolences in regards to Jack, and expressed that it was no one's fault that he went missing. "As for that message in the snow," he said, lowering his voice, "I would say this whole place tells you to run at some point. Don't let it get to you." He finally revealed his focus of the expedition, that we were to discover any signs of past visits man had ventured. He also expressed that he wanted to colonize Barrow, but needed to know the psychological effects of living here. That's why he sent 2 mental health associates and a minister. He pointed at me, saying this, making me feel exposed and awkward. He again thanked us and sent us to bed after the best steak dinner I've ever had prepared. This guy was serious. He flew in his personal chef to thank us for our work. The next morning, after a bacon and eggs breakfast, he took us into the therapist's office one at a time to shoot the, as he so delicately put it. When it was my turn, he was very respectful, a gesture I appreciate when no one knows our minister, but it feels forced at times when there is a pretense. "How are you, Reverend?" he asked softly. "Well," I replied, not sure how to answer that question in light of the past few days. "Glad to hear it," he smiled at the ground. "Son, I'm gonna level with you. You are the most important person here." "How's that?" I inquired, wondering if he's flattering me or not. "Well," he started, looking for the right words, "this trip is more for psychological research than anything." "What?" He cut me off. "We wanted a religious figure and at least 2 therapists to love the mental strain of living out here. We want to build a new civilization, but we've been testing different groups in small segments of time." "Why me?" It was the foremost of my many pressing questions. "Well," he said, smiling, "I am a Methodist myself, but I picked you because of an article you wrote a while back. You said in the final line that you have the same philosophy as me." "What's that?" I inquired, as I had written a few articles in my time and wasn't sure which one he meant. To truly understand God, we must also understand his counterpart. I immediately knew the article to which he referred. It was an article I wrote after seminary on demonology in modern society. I shuddered, as this was, an unpleasant field of research. Either way, the man had done his homework on me, but I still wasn't sure why a short article on demons qualified me for a mission in the Alaskan Arctic. I left the room with Earl, and we proceeded to rejoin the others. We predominantly listened to him rant on rather than talk amongst ourselves. We just didn't feel right. We were here in the warmth, while this man was bellowing on, and our friend was out there cold and alone. I overheard many times the biologists and geologists ask to leave. At first, their requests were simply brushed off, but by the last requests, he sternly reminded them that they were under contract. They resolved themselves to their rooms after that. He left that night with the instruction to report our findings if there were any. He then boarded his plane with his bodyguards and left promptly before bed. I swear I heard whispering from the observation deck, but when I went to see, there was nothing. The next day, a massive blizzard rolled in. We resolved that Jack had died in the snow outside. No person could survive a sub-zero blizzard after 3 days, and this is officially where things went bad. We decided to open the lockbox. It was sealed by metal welding all the way around. It took a little while, but the other 2 maintenance men used blowtorches on the chest until it finally came free. They strained to pull the lid off its container. We gathered around, close. I found myself closest to the box. They flipped the heavy lid over, which shook some black soot loose from the chest. We coughed, and when it cleared, we saw the contents. There was nothing, or at least nothing important. We found a piece of string, a thimble, and some salt scattered about. We sat there, rubbing our heads and looking at each other. We discussed why this would be out there in the ice, so many layers deep. We talked a little while, until I noticed the physicist leaving. He was as pale as a ghost, so I chased him to ask what the matter was. "Hey!" I shouted as I caught up to him at the door. "Are you good?" He stood there shaking his head. After a long pause, he responded, "Number. What is it?" I was curious as to why he was acting so strange out of nowhere. Meanwhile, I saw the other participants walk down the hall to the cafeteria, only I noticed that the man in the orange hoodie was nowhere to be seen. My thoughts were shaken when the physicist spoke up. "Did you see the word on the lid?" he asked quietly. "No, I was confused. I must have missed it." "Can you read Hebrew?" he asked, choking back tears. It sounded no, I replied. "I studied Greek. Wait, can you?" "Yeah, I'm Jewish. Of who I was, I can read Hebrew well enough, at least." His voice shook. "I wish I couldn't." "Why, what did it say?" "New book," he said as a tear rolled down his face. I'd never seen him like this before, and frankly I was a little scared. "Oh, you can't buy into—" "No," he shouted, cutting me off. "You know as well as I do that this place is wrong. He does things to you. God, the first week I chased footsteps around the shower every morning, only to realize I was alone every single time. I listened. I placed my hand on his shoulder. We're gonna be okay." I wish I could say I was telling the truth, but that box did have some sort of weird feeling around it. That night, around 2 a.m., I awoke to the sound of footsteps. They were so loud I heard them over my headphones. I went to check around, and no one was awake besides me. I heard soft sobbing from the couple's room, but knew better than to disturb them. They had it pretty rough right now. As I returned to my bunk, I walked by the cafeteria and caught sight of something awful. I turned to see the most horrendous sight I've ever seen. All the chairs and tables were scattered and flipped. Food was smeared all along the walls and ceilings, and utensils and appliances were scattered around. In the center of the floor was a massive, rusted steel cross, and nailed to it was Jack. He was soaked from head to toe in blood, and his eyes looked as if every vein had burst. About why I covered his arms and legs, and nails were driven through his wrists and ankles. He was bald and thin, and when we made eye contact, he shook violently. Then he shrieked through splattering blood. Therefore now was my turn to lose control. I fell backward and slid on the tile. I must have been screaming my lungs out, for everyone poured into the hallway asking in confusion what was happening. I'd urinated. I pointed to the cafeteria through tears and panic breaths. The inside was totally normal. Nothing was out of place. No cross, no Jack, no destruction. The last thing I remember was showering and opening a bottle of Jack. It was only 3 hours later. I awoke in the re-room, covered by a blanket. Jane, the therapist, was asleep on the opposite couch. She was sweet through all of this, and I am sure she was disappointed in my lack of professionalism. I was still drunk when I stood. Everyone was still asleep, and the blizzard still blasted our compound. I wandered the hall and heard the sobbing from the couple's room again. I realized in my stupor that I may need help. I knocked softly on the door, but the crying continued uninterrupted. Before I could knock again, I had to resolve myself to the toilet. I ran and vomited into the bowl, now feeling slightly more alert. As I stood, wiping my mouth, I caught the brief glimpse of a figure leaving the bathroom. It was dark and tall, but I couldn't catch any more details. I finally had enough and walked to my bunk. I fell into a restless sleep that night, but I slept nonetheless. I wrote the next day to someone shaking my arm. Wake up, my vision focused on seeing one of the maintenance men. Power's out, and people are missing. I stood groggily. He turned to the hallway where I could hear voices in the cafeteria. I saw the only other person in the room was the physicist. He was facing away towards the wall. Somehow, I slurred, he didn't stir. He just lay there. I only left because I saw him breathing. I walked into the cafeteria. It was lit by emergency candles on the tables where I saw the biologist, Jane, the doctor, and the two maintenance men counting me. This was less than half of our original group. They turned, and the other maintenance man said, "Well, look who it is. He's gonna scare the hell out of us again." I didn't smile or disagree. I just sat beside the doctor and asked, "Where are the geologists? They won't answer their door." Jane said her age was truly beginning to show in her tired, drawn eyes. "The other therapist as well is missing." "We're gonna leave," chimed the biologist, "as soon as the blizzard dies down. Their contracts..." "How? We're 1,000 miles from the nearest base." I felt negative for saying, but I didn't want to risk certain death through a little cabin fever. "Well, Charlie, the man who woke me, we have a massive sled, well loaded with every tank of gas. Then we just have to get within 50 miles to the nearest base to be within radio contact. We have GPS. We'll drive in shifts, and we'll take our time so as to avoid pitfalls." "Is this agreeable?" asked the doctor. Everyone nodded in agreement. "In that case," he continued, "I suggest we spend the next few days together, hoping the missing members return. And if not, then we will beg for their forgiveness in heaven." I spent the day sitting in a daze. I just had no clue why we were all so distraught. We all lay it up in the dark and hunkered down. We made small talk in an attempt to fill the void. The dancing candlelight played tricks on our eyes, and the darkness was oppressive. The six of us sat there, just sitting, just waiting. Finally, around 1800 hours, 6 p.m. Jane suggested we check on the geologists. We stayed close down the hallway and heard the sobbing. It was softer, but still present. Jane knocked, waited, knocked again. Then she shouted she was coming in, but the door was locked. The maintenance man began pounding his fists and threatened to break in. He took out a keyring and picked out a key. It fit the door, and he slowly opened it to the bedroom. Inside was a nightmare. The first thing I noticed was the blood. It was everywhere. The walls, the bed, the ceiling, the floors. It covered the lamp and bathed the room in a deep red. On the bed was the male geologist. His eyes were wide open in shock, and his mouth hung agape. His throat was torn out, and his leg was chewed to the bone. His wife sat beside him with her back to us. She turned, covered in blood herself. She was crying and chewing. She spotted the bloody meat while sobbing. Her expression turned from sorrow to one of pure, unadulterated rage. She contorted her mouth to scream, but only a hoarse gargle and bits of flesh came out. The maintenance worker closed the door, and we all panicked in unison. "Get the door," the doctor shouted. We followed him to the kitchen and pulled tables in front of the door. We piled enough furniture to board that animal in her cage. We returned to the re-room. Everyone was crying, and Jane was in the fetal position, shaking uncontrollably. "Oh, we leave tomorrow," huffed the doctor in between shudders. The blizzard still raged outside. I swear at times the wind was so loud I felt like it was mocking me. I must have fallen asleep at some point because a massive blast woke me up. I looked up to see the others jumping to their feet. We got ourselves to the ladder and climbed to the observation deck. Outside, we saw blackness expanding, all except for a large patch of light a few meters away. Through the whiteout conditions, we could make out fire. The SUV was in flames, gas tanks stacked around it. Atop the flames was a person. Upon closer inspection, I could see it was naked and dancing. Oh, God! The biologist lifted her hand to her mouth. Jane. It was Jane. She was naked and being burned by the flames. Her howls echoed through the dark storm. We watched as the fire consumed her body. She shrieked, screeched, until she finally fell, remaining silent forever. We walked downstairs feeling hopeless. We sat in the dark of the room, and no one spoke until morning. The physicist was still in bed. He was trying to ignore everything, but at this point I knew he was too far gone. The footsteps were loud in the unoccupied rooms, but at this point I'd given up. If I was to die here, then so be it. We huddled in blankets and coats against the wall. We sat and we cried. A candle in front of our feet was the only light source. I closed my eyes tight so as not to see the dark shadow pacing the room in front of us. The next morning the power returned. The lights were flickering, and we stood slowly in a dim, intermittent glow. I heard music playing in the showers. We all walked together and looked inside. Within was the song Jesus Take the Wheel, being played on loop from an MP3 player. We walked into the dull gray room and saw the physicist naked, sitting on the floor, in front of the iPod player. Blood appeared to be running into the drain beneath him. He slowly turned his head to me. He held up his left hand to his lips and hissed long. On the other hand, he lifted his bloodied, mutilated genitals. He closed his eyes and smiled, a large, toothy smile. He whispered behind closed teeth, "I like this song now." "Oh, God," said the doctor. He slowly approached the bloodied man, attempting to keep him calm. "It's okay, boy. I am here." Doubt the physicist's icon again. Eyes still closed, and teeth still bared in a snarling grin as the doctor got close. The man shrieked with inhuman volume and sprang forward. He tackled the doctor to the ground and sunk teeth deep into the old man's jugular. Blood ran down both the doctor's neck and the physicist. He stood, turning his violent intent at us. The doctor sputtered blood and choked for air as the brooding man crouched to leap. A loud bang filled our ears. I fell to the ground in agony. The screeching in my eardrums was unbearable. Finally, it cleared, and I saw the physicist, now lying dead in a pool of his own blood. In his head was a circular wound that bore all the way through his skull. One of the maintenance workers was holding a smoking pistol. We were 4 now, me, the biologist, and the other 2 maintenance workers. The rest were now all missing or dead. Although the power was on, the satellite was down. Thus renewing our chances for radio and Wi-Fi, we all paced and cried in panic for hours, until finally one of the maintenance men spoke up. Our only chance at survival is to fix that dish. We looked at him, and silently we knew that he spoke the truth. The outside was still completely whited out from the amount of snow and wind. "They'll go," spoke up the other man. "Well, go together," said the first. The biologist and I knew we could not argue. We watched them in their coats leave into the unforgiving blizzard. We waited for what seemed like hours, searching for radio signals on Wi-Fi. Finally, it came back, and we smiled for the first time in a while and prepared for the men's return. We sat and waited and waited and waited. We didn't say anything, but we knew we were the last. She fell asleep in my lap after we cried ourselves tired. Before I closed my eyes, I swear I heard the giggles of a child. I awoke some time later. I was utterly alone. I yelled for the biologist. I searched each and every room until I found the last thing I wanted to find. I found her in the observatory. She'd written a lovely note about wanting to see the outside world before she died. In her arm was an empty syringe that I guess is what she had used to end her life. Her eyes were blank, staring into oblivion. I left her to her peace. Now, on to the reason I write this in my probable last moments of clarity. The reason we were brought to this frozen hell only to die. The reason I am sending out this story before I put an emergency flare gun down my mouth. I returned to the office I'd been using. I was hysterical. I saw my reflection in the desk mirror and noticed my eyes were totally blank. The sight brought me to smash the mirror. I sliced my knuckles, which rocked me back to reality, and in my second of clarity, I noticed the slip of paper that fell from the shattered pieces. It was a note with a picture attached. The note read, "If you are reading this, I hope it isn't too late. This place is not what you think. The man in charge is not a religious kook. No, he is much more dangerous. By now, you may have discovered a lockbox. In it, you found some trinkets to spook you. To hear is probably a minister with you to comment on the materials as evil. This is their set and setting, that black dust, the flu illness. It wasn't dust, and it wasn't evil. God, these people don't want to colonize. Ever wonder why it is so far away from any other bases? This is a weapons testing facility. You have unknowingly been testing compounds for a private company. This particular compound is an untraceable, psychosis-inducing strain of pathogen that is meant for world leaders. The concept is to have the enemy kill itself. If you breathe the black dust, then it's too late. All you can do is attempt to get this message out, but do not trust the maintenance men, and do not trust the tall therapist. They are working for they will disappear without a trace shortly after his visit. They've logged your behaviors, so even if the blizzard, which is what I assume you are already in, subsides, you'll be found and killed if you escape. I am so sorry I lost my entire team. I wish you had never come. I am sorry, Mike.